Face came from 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘁 where it still don't sleep. Raised by his mom, pops ghost in the street. Concrete cradled him, lullabies and sirens. Pain made him sharper than a shaking Rikers. Crib rags in his closet, but his heartbeat wise. You lost at 10, saw soul leave eyes. Mama drove buses hands.
I'll do a breakdown, y'all. Thank you. Hit the like button. Let's get this thing started. About to do a breakdown of the movie, man. I saw it yesterday. And I got to do this movie was amazing. That's all I'm gonna say. We about to get into it. Give people a chance to come in the room. And we about to get started. We're about to get started. Come on up in the room. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. We about to talk about it.
From LA, raised by his queen, no pops, just hunger and gangster dreams. Slim, tall, and dark pain behind a smile. Dodge fate,
let's do it like this. Too much. Come on, y'all know what y'all came to see.
I ain't never switch. I was raised in the lion's den, standing
on truth. I don't follow. I inspire, man. Loyal to the code.
Got the wisdom of 1,000. Every move I make for the fam, that's the fountain. Built from the struggle, integrity in my spine. Character solid.
If you've seen the movie, I want you to come up. I want to hear some of your Easter eggs, what you got out of it. I want to know who's seen the movie, who hasn't seen the movie, and why haven't you gone to see the movie? It's phenomenal. When you see me on the street, too much. I'll be on TikTok, always standing on business. Everybody know me. When you see me on the street. Listen, this was a foundational Black American movie, y'all. I'm telling you. We about to get started here. Come on in, hit that like button. Don't be a hater. Hit that like button. Support Black content creators. I don't got my Cash App up here. I'm not asking for no money, but just tap the screen. Get them lights up.
Everything I built from the ground now is great. Said I couldn't do it, now I'm living what I said. I'm too much, lead with heart, not just
FBA all day, that's right. I be on TikTok, always standing on business. Everybody know me. When you see me on the street, I be on TikTok, always standing on business.
I reflect what's divine. Discipline the fuel, got my purpose in line. They
Purpose aligned.
but the soul ain't matching.
I do it for the bloodline, never for the caption. Too much, realer than the lives they be living.
I'm the echo of the struggle, still risen.
Come on.
Woke in my thoughts, still humble in my deeds. Planting righteous seeds while the world
Just feeds.
Eyes on the prize, but my mind in the stars. Blueprint in
my hand.
No fraud, speak truth in the world full of fiction and fronts.
I'm too much, I'm the future they want. See me on the street, I be on TikTok, always standing on business. Everybody know me. Yeah, standing tall for the lineage. Nothing less, always more. Come on. We about to get into it, y'all. Come on. All right, let me turn this off. We about to get into it, man. Listen. I took the wife out to the theaters yesterday. And we went out, you know, ate some good food, chilled, and then we went to the movies. Kicked our feet up, sat on the comfortable seats, reclined our chair back, and we watched the movie Sinners. If you haven't seen the movie, I'm probably about to spoil at least a little bit. But you probably want to go see the movie. You probably want to no, not probably, you really want to go see the movie. The movie was fantastic. It was black excellence. I'm telling you, the movie was hitting so many cultural references in that movie. So much symbolism. Y'all know me. I don't really watch television like that, man. You know, every now and then I'll catch a flick. You know, took the wife out, like I said, to go see a movie, and I don't like the propaganda and witchcraft. You know, more. I'm gonna say it like this: more of us need to be producing films. Okay, we need to stop letting the dominant society bewitch us with their narratives, and we need to start telling our own stories and telling our own narratives and speaking our own truths and standing on business. And here's the thing, what I love about it: when we do movies, when we do it and we have full control of everything, the dominant society just, I don't know, they don't necessarily understand what's going on. I'll just say it like that. We make movies that if you ain't part of the culture, you probably just not gonna feel. You understand what I'm saying? We make music like that. It's like when we play the blues, I mean, it's like everybody like the blues, right? But they don't, but you can tell the people that are really feeling the music and the people who the music just is going in and out. It's like they really can't hear Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? You can't hear Jimmy. You can't hear Jimi Hendrix. You just can't hear. You don't understand what's going on. So I gotta hit y'all with some cultural references and some Easter eggs that I see in the movie. Listen. At first, this is what usually happens. Don't listen to people when they give you negative reviews, because sometimes it will impact the movie. And I heard one dude come up and he was like, man, don't go see the movie because there's an Asian lady in the movie and she's speaking with an Alabama accent and all this other stuff. And I was like, it's probably going to be some BS, right? It's probably not going to be done right. But it was done right. Besides the Hispanics that were playing the Choctaw Indians in the movie, because they do got some Hispanics who were playing the Choctaw Indians. Okay, so you got it. You know, y'all know how I feel about that. If you ain't copper colored, you really ain't. When they start talking about the red natives, I be like, really? And nothing against the red natives, nothing against red natives, you know, but y'all came later. Let's just keep it a buck. You know, we was here long before y'all even came here. So they had some red natives in the movie. Small little part, but it was, I mean, it made sense. It was still dynamic. It was dynamic in every way, dynamic in every single way. So Ryan Coogler, shout out to Ryan Coogler. Him and when him and Michael B. Jordan hook up, magic happens. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. Magic happens when him and Ryan Coogler get together. Magic happens. I mean, this brother Michael B. Jordan has been making some phenomenal films, hands down. Now, it's a genre-defying Southern Gothic horror that delves deep into the Black American experience. I want y'all to understand this movie does deep into the Black American experience during the Jim Crow era, right? It's starring Michael B. Jordan, of course, and he played not one, but two characters in the movie. I thought we was gonna, man, how difficult is that? This brother is really showing you his range in this movie, okay? This brother is really showing you his range in this movie, and I'm telling you, I gotta see this movie again. You can't just watch this movie one time. You gotta see it again. You got to see it more than once, because there's so many things. You know, if you blink or you look away, you probably missed something that was pertinent. You probably missed something. What's good, Niji? What's good? 619 in San Diego in the house. What's good? Listen, man, you got to go check out this film, man. You got to go check it out, this film. So it's set in 1932 Clarksdale, Mississippi. Follows World War II veterans Smoke and Stack, and they return from Chicago's underworld to open a juke joint, okay, in their hometown. Listen, man, there's so much symbolism in the movie. Okay, let's start off with some of the symbolism right quick. Okay, let's start off with the obvious. And I want to, if y'all seen the movie, put a 1 in the chat. If you've seen the movie, put a 1 in the chat. If you haven't seen the movie, put a 2 in the chat. I just want to see who has actually watched the movie already. Who's actually watched this already? If you watched the movie, go ahead. What's up, 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? If you watched this movie, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. If you haven't seen it yet, put a 2 in the chat. Okay, we got somebody who hasn't seen the movie yet. The movie Sinners. If you've seen the movie Sinners, we're gonna do a review on this movie real quick because I think it's important for the fam. And I watched it yesterday. And man, I got a lot. I enjoyed every minute of it. I'm not gonna lie. The vampires were metaphors in this movie. Okay, so if you haven't seen the movie, no, it's not stream. It's not something you can stream. You got to go to the theaters and see this thing. Okay, I mean, I guess you can wait for it to go to stream site, but man, put your money up, man. It's only like, I think it's like $16 to go to the theater now. $32 for a couple. Take you and your lady out and y'all go catch this flick, man. This is black excellence right here. I'm telling you, this film was phenomenal. I enjoyed every minute of the film. I mean, it was no boring part. Is it limited screening? I don't know where. It depends on where you're at. I'm in California, so as far as I know, it's playing in every major theater. As far as I know. I mean, you're in Texas. It should be playing in Texas. I don't know. Look up the movie. It's called Sinners. And it's with Michael B. Jordan, and it's a Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan film. And they did I stayed till the end. Oh yeah, cousin. Did you see the movie? Cousin? I stayed till the end. Yes, indeed. I stayed until the end when they walked into the bar. Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. It was a movie that all about Black American culture. I mean, he did us proud. It was a horror movie. You got to go check it out, cousin. You got to go check it out, man. Phenomenal. But let me talk about some of the symbolism and the cultural references in this movie. So I'm gonna try to do my due diligence without giving too much of the movie away, because it's really a good movie. It's really phenomenal. The vampires in Sinners are not just supernatural antagonists. They represent more than that. They represent the systematic exploitation of black culture. Think about them. Think about that vampire. The vampires were white. The juke joint, where everybody goes to just to be themselves, to let their steam off, right? To hear some good music, to dance, to feel the energy, to feel the vibe. The desire to consume. Listen, the vampire man. They wanted. Think about the vampires also as like. Yeah, this is a little bit of spoiler. It's a little bit of spoiler. I'm beyond good at discerning a movie stop. I gotta do it. So I'm telling you, go see it. Just go check out the movie. Go see it, okay? But the vampires, they represent culture vultures. They represent. They wanted to steal the black excellence in the room. They wanted to steal the musical genius of one of the musicians in the movie. Okay, they they were willing to let everybody live if they just gave them this one man. That's how important our music is to these people. They want to co-opt our music. They want to co-opt our energy. They want to co-opt our influence. They want to co-opt our innovations. They want to co-opt our genius. That's what they want to do. That's what the vampires kind of represented in the movie. The power of music was so strong in this movie. The music serves as both narrative and symbolic forces in this film, okay? The blues performance transcends time. It connected ancestral roots from African rhythms to contemporary black music. Like, I mean, they put it all in one movie. Been doing it for 500 years. That's nothing new right now. I don't know, man. This movie's powerful. Okay? There was a scene in the movie where the brother was playing the guitar, playing that blues, and you just start seeing the ancestors just start popping out in the crowd, and it went, like I said, from all the way to the past, to the future, to the present. I mean, it was how they got it all to fit in one scene, in one shot like that. Man. So the vampires could represent the music executives that try to take our music away from us, right, and make it their own and control the narrative and control the sound and control the feeling, the ability to bring people into our culture. Man. So much symbolism in the movie, man. That's all I'm gonna say. So much symbolism in the movie. Let me pull up Cousin. Cousin said he wants to come up. Let me pull him up. Come on up in here, Cousin. So much symbolism in this movie, man. I mean, the spiritual dualities in this movie, okay? The black, listen,
brother, listen.
Christian,
I'm not saying
to hoodoo.
I understand there's gonna be a whole lot of perspectives that come out on cats. What I'm saying is, as someone who's gonna wait just a bit before I decide to ingest, because I'm not a horror movie fan generally. I need them to be, wait a minute, just hear me out. I need them to be of a certain quality if I'm gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch somebody just get killed just to get killed. That don't make no sense to me.
No.
And I get that. But if this was along the lines of, say, something like Interview with the Vampire, again, having not seen the movie, don't know nothing about it, but grasping the symbolism that could be there. Okay? I get it. I am saying simply, don't give too much to me right now, because I'm very good at deciphering what a movie is about. And if I get too much of it, I'm not going to go. I'm not, because I've gotten enough from everywhere else that I don't need to go spend my money.
Man,
you understand what I'm saying?
Listen, first of all, support this is the FDA.
I want to. That's what I'm saying. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Give clues, give hints, but don't go in depth so that too much is given away. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna try my best. If you gotta get,
I know it's hard once you've been in there. I know it's hard once you've been behind the curtain, bruh. I know it's hard.
This movie is that.
Listen, man. If this was the Skull and Bones, you know what would happen to you if you did that, right?
Oh man, listen. They went from they put our hoodoo up in here, okay? They showed the duality, the spirituality. They showed the struggle between the church and secular music, the struggle with coming from the church life to wanting to play. You know, they showed it all in this. They showed the tug of war between the powerlessness of the church and the powerlessness of hoodoo. Okay, I mean, they went deep. They've been like, what? I mean, there was a scene in there where brother was like, "Why couldn't your hoodoo?" Hold on, I mean, I got to give a little bit of it. What's up? What's up? There was a scene in there.
Right. Don't give right. You almost getting ready to describe the damn scene. This is what I'm saying. Damn. Okay. Just pull back. I know it's hard. I know it's hard.
Listen. Y'all got it. You just got to go see it, man.
There you go. Tempt somebody, bro. Listen, wait a minute. Let me. Okay, dang, man. How about just a tip? Okay, let's just go and do it like that. Okay, let's make it a prom night promise. Let's make it a prom night promise, man.
I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna try not to go too deep. Listen. The breakdown of the characters in this thing, Smoke and Stack are like the main characters. Smoke, Stack. There was Smoke. There was Stack. There was Sammy, Annie, and Remick. Remick is the vampire. Okay, Remick was the vampire. Okay, like I said, there's a lot of depth to
There's much character and much depth throughout the movie. Let me ask this again: how long is it?
It's about 2 hours, or a little under 2 hours. Like maybe like an hour 40, hour 45.
See, and man, I hate to be anal about this, but because this is almost part of what I watch as a gauge on society, how much money did mainstream media invest in this?
I think the movie was $100 million budget, and I think they already made about 75 million of that back already. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, all right. Okay, so they well on their way to tripling their income.
It shouldn't be freezing up. It's not. I don't know. It's not freezing up on my. Is it freezing up to you, Kevin? Because the screen was like.
No.
Yeah, I think it's just your phone, brother. I think it's your connection. What's up, Keena? Yeah, man. This movie was phenomenal, y'all. I don't know how to explain it to y'all, man. I'm trying to do a review without giving away some of the clues, man. But there was a lot of symbolism in the movie.
Yeah, I get that completely.
If I watch it again, I'm gonna find some more stuff that you know. Even the Asian lady, man, had significance in the movie, man. Even the Asian lady had significance in the movie. I mean, there was
from just the snippets, and I mean the bare minimum snippets that I've put together. Each character's racial nationality or has a significant perspective.
Yeah.
And in that regard, this makes it, again, on the level of, again, this is just my perspective. That makes it automatically almost Oscar worthy.
Man.
Because you may only have 15, 20 minutes in your scene. However it works. Not even that much. But if you're making a significant statement throughout your performance, then these things are worthy of being honored. And it doesn't matter from where it comes from. Now, this is just my perspective. As I said, I'm a bit of a movie aficionado in this regard.
Right. Listen, I mean, okay, the character Smoke, he represented like order, legacy, protection, a strong FBA leadership, post-war community. He was like a community. You saw the duality in the twins. Smoke represents that power, that strength, that builder, that I'm gonna take care of my people mentality. And then in Stack, he kind of represent like chaos, rage.
He represented weakness.
I wouldn't call him weak, though. I wouldn't call him weak, but He was more
No, I
warrior.
understand, but you get, well,
Less,
you're right. Weak
less,
would be
less,
wrong, but his
less into,
vices weren't an issue for him.
he was more like blues rebellion, post Reconstruction, delusionalist, delusionment, if I can say it like that. Stack was the dreamer. Smoke was the solid character. He was the solid. You can tell who was the enforcer. I would say Stack was the talker, and Smoke was the silent type that's going to get it done. That's the duality in the character that played. Now Sammy was their cousin, and he was like a preacher boy. They called him preacher. His dad was a preacher, but he was the one that was struggling with being a man of God,
Well, what
or
that is
dipping
the
over there,
greatest struggle.
or dipping over there into that secular music, like most of our great singers came from the church. Let's keep it above. Most
Well,
of our icons
where else do you receive your power from?
they started out in the church. Okay,
The idea, while I get, okay, let me say it like this. While I get it, the idea is being centered in everyone coming together and one entity in that group being able to channel whatever powers and or voices that they may have or voice that they may have and becoming this inspirational singers, comedian, yada yada yada. It's great, okay? But when that temptation, or should I say that power, always comes from that central force of coming together. And the idea of us ignoring that aspect, again, this is just my perspective, is to the detriment of who we are. Because if we don't come together, again, we can't build our house by ourselves.
honestly, cousin, I really wish you had seen the music. Seen the movie.
I ain't seen it yet, man. So that's what I'm saying. Just don't give me too much, man. That's all I'm really saying, man. I get it. I understand it was impactful and it hit you.
So much
But
symbolism in that movie, man. So much cultural references in that movie. So many Easter eggs. Like I said, I gotta watch it again. I might just pay to go see it twice. I don't think I can wait till it come out for me to watch it again. I mean, I've never been excited about a movie like that I could see twice. Like once I see it one time, I don't need to see it again. That's the type of person I am. But with this movie, I can actually go see it again. I could watch it back to back. Like I could watch it and then say, okay, rewind it back and let's watch it again. That's how good this movie was. And I'm like you, cousin. I'm not into horror movies. I'm not into I'm not into that stuff. It just horror movies just doesn't move me like that. I'm not really into that stuff. I like more sci-fi or thrillers or dramas or documentaries, right? If
yeah, I
I'm
look at
but I'm
I
comedy. I like some comedy, but I'm not really into like horror or gory movies, especially gory type movies. I didn't feel this movie was gory, but it definitely had some
it just told a story and it was graphic in its
yeah,
particular and it
yeah,
could that some scenes were graphic in its depiction.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
that part, again, you go
And
see
the
Dracula.
dialogue,
Dracula got a feed. Okay.
right? Listen, the dialogue in the movie, okay, was impactful. The dialogue, like when there was a scene where he was talking to a young girl and he was teaching her about numbers. He was like, "Listen, I'm going to give you a number, and then you're going to give me a number back. That's how it go. We got to talk the money language." And he was like, "Okay, for 10 cents, I need you to wash this card. Now, what number do you say?" And she was like, 50 cents. He said, "Well, guess what? I can only do 20. That's my final offer. Do you accept the offer? Okay, 20 cents a minute. You watch my car." He was teaching. There's so many lessons in there. back and forth, teaching people how to do business. That's the type of person you could say Smoke was. Smoke was like,
Okay.
hey, man, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna show you. Stack was more like the dreamer. I'm gonna dreaming big, man. We're gonna take over the world. He's gonna tell you anything, whatever you want to hear, pretty much. Whatever you want to hear to get the job done. And they complemented each other. These were brothers that complemented each other. This was like the the nuances of the black family. You got the black sheep in the family. You got the one that everybody loved in the family. I mean, it was all there. It was all there in this movie. I'm trying to tell you, it was all there. If y'all don't go check this movie out, I don't know what to tell you, man. I enjoyed that movie. Matter of fact, I might go watch it again on Sunday. I might go watch it again on Sunday. I might take the wife. We might go back in there and watch the movie again on Sunday. That's how good this movie was. I've told y'all they had hoodoo, and they had this lady named Annie. She was selling trinkets, and there was a powerful scene in the movie where the brother questioned her trinket. And I'm not trying to give it away, but
Yeah, you're walking that. You up on the doormat. Okay.
I'm walking, but this is important. This is good. It's like a trailer. There was a scene in there between a black man and a black woman, and he was like, "Your trinket couldn't save such and such," and she was like, "Well, how do you know my trinket didn't save you? Because I've been praying to the ancestors for your safe return and for your health and for your strength, and that nothing would overcome you or overtake you. How do you know it may not have worked for this situation, but how do you know it's not working for this situation?" And it just showed the powerful dynamic between just man and woman, black man and black woman, and how she had his back. It also showed that praying mother, that grandmother that's praying over her kid, that's speaking blessings over her children. And you're like, you may not know that that's what she's doing. You may not even feel like that's what she's doing, but you're here, you're alive, you're in your right mind, and you don't want to overlook that by any means that it could possibly be. I mean, a lot of us think like this. Somebody got a grandmother somewhere praying for them.
Well, again, man, I can only say, from my perspective, he's talking like a wise tree, making sure that our youngsters have a tree or some shade to sit under, so that they can grow in comfort, or shade and or a shield that they can grow comfortable under, so that they can grow under and become who they're supposed to be.
That's right. So a lot of game was given in this movie, y'all. A lot of game. Like I said, a lot of black culture references, man. I mean, the love between the black man and black woman within this movie. They showed mulatto, like a black person who can pass for white. They put that colorism in the movie, that dynamic of that, and how they can go in and out of society because she was seen as a white woman, right? Even though she knows that she's black, but she was seen to the outside world as a white woman, and it was to the point where he was like, "Hey man, you gotta get away from me. We can't be talking like this." This was during the Jim Crow era. And it showed that how she was 1 foot in the white community and she had a love for a black man. And I mean, so much stuff in here, man, that y'all gotta see. It showed the relationship between, it almost, so the Asian thing, I didn't have a problem with the Asian thing, but were they really in the black neighborhood like that? No. Not back in Jim Crow like that. Not like that. I mean, they were there. The Chinese were there, but they weren't
Not
really
necessary. No. Here, the problem during that particular time frame, from my perspective and what I understand of American history,
And
is
Mississippi, in Mississippi,
our Asian brothers and sisters in early Jim Crow had already left America
right? So
after the Chinese Exclusion Act or the
so
Asian
they were
Exclusion Act. They gave it a shot, and then they left America as a whole, almost as a whole. Word there again. I'm not going to say absolute zero, but I'm going to say statistical zero. Those who remained were very few. The
right.
majority had abandoned the country at that point. So this specific time frame of Asian inclusion,
They were
again.
not. Listen, but
See, you give me too much, man. I told you I'm real good at deciphering the movie, man, and you're walking down the damn path. Now I'm gonna tell you one more time.
listen. It was not. All I'm saying was when you see the Asian woman with the Alabama accent, okay, because she had an Alabama accent. All I'm gonna say is this: think more of the corner liquor store. That's all I'm gonna say. Think more. But the way he fitted in the movie, the way he fitted in was masterful. I mean, I enjoyed it. And again, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing, I want to say more.
I know that's why I'm stopping you, and I'm trying to don't get too much to me, man. I'm real good, and the more potential historical, I'll say it like this: the more historical discrepancies I might personally see, then it's going to get my hackles up. So don't give me too much. Too much.
Can I get a napkin over there? I can spill my food in my lap a little bit. Oh man, it's really good. But food in my lap a little bit. Oh man, it's really good. But listen, I just want to encourage my people to show up for this movie. If you haven't seen this movie, it's really worth it. I think it got 99 rotten apples. I think that's a good. If you get 99,
and I think it's tomatoes too.
Yeah, 99 tomatoes, 99 rotten tomatoes. I think that's pretty good. And I don't really go off the 99 rotten tomatoes because I've seen some movies that gotten pretty good reviews, get pretty good rotten tomatoes, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, I've said this on somebody else's live. I don't follow. I'm not one who follow trends. I set trends. If your movie don't interest me or pique me in any way, shall I say, then no, you're not getting it. I'll wait till you come out on third string DVD before I even think about looking at you, because I get that. That's not what I'm saying about this one. I'm speaking to just in general when it comes to this particular profession. See, I understand they gonna try and sell and hype and move stuff and how they want to operate. And again, man, I told you I'm a bit older. I've been around, so I've seen this thing. I've been watching them a long time. I've been watching all these things a very long time. So the idea of how they manipulate society and moving in directions that they want us to move in, I get certain things.
Listen,
I can see these things.
If we weren't under, if there wasn't an agenda for Hollywood production and movies, if there wasn't an agenda, this movie would be up there with all the Denzel movies. This movie would be up there like Dreamgirls. This movie would be up there like a John Wayne flick. Like, matter of fact, that film.
It's the new posse.
Yeah. I mean, this would be up there. I mean, this is Oscar. This is Grammy. What other award shows are there for movies? I mean, this movie is phenomenal. I promise.
Original screenplay, original movie set.
Come on. And the culture. Listen, this movie is for the culture. This movie's for us. Forget. This is like Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance, and it's gonna have a lot of people mad. I'm gonna tell you like that. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of mixed emotions from people who don't understand our culture.
Well, that is actually the purpose of great art. You are either supposed to love it or
I heard
hate
some
it
people walked
and
out the
or be
theater.
confused by it.
I heard some people walked out the theater. Non-FBA walked out the theater on this movie. That's how mad they were when they like, oh hell no.
That is, again, well, from my perspective, it's not surprising at all.
But if you FBA, you want to watch. This is another classic.
This ain't Black Panther superhero. Okay, we can all say in a dreamland. Okay. From that perspective, we can watch this one guy. This one was from how, again, it's a direct mirror on what society is today. And anything that is a direct mirror on society is never going to be viewed in its time as appropriate. It's going to be viewed as controversial. And again, you're either going to love it, hate it, or not know what to think about it.
Check out the title of this thumbnail. They feed on our culture. And just think vampires. They feed on our culture. I mean, if there was any better rendition of a movie that talks about how they culture vulture us, how they put us in a box, how they don't want us to shine, how they want the reason why they want to keep us down. I mean, and it starts out.
I get the analogy. I think it's a great analogy.
Oh my God.
My view has always been, you ever watch shark films? Anything about sharks? Yeah. Well, you ever watch real sharks? Not necessarily Shark Week, but you ever watch a shark in its nature every now and again, you run across it? Okay, well, if you ever do, you'll see particularly great whites of that nature. They have these little small fish that are always around them. These small fish basically act like the dentist for the sharks.
Your daughter gave it a 10 out of 10 because she, man, it's a 1,000 out of 1,000. Okay. The acting was on point. There was no boring scene in the movie. This was probably one of
that might have been the best thing you said. That might have been the best thing you said about this movie, man.
Man, listen, if it's not Michael B. Jordan's best film, when I say he played two characters in the movie,
okay, stop.
Did an amazing job. If this ain't his best movie, it's up there with Black Panther.
Oh, it's coming then. It's coming.
Up there. I mean,
well, if they've allowed my man, and I like his work.
I'm surprised they gave his brother $100 million to make this movie. I'm surprised.
You got to understand, for Hollywood to invest $100 million in a black film really isn't that much. That's kind of almost peanuts. It's just above peanuts.
Well, for him to have that,
so look at it like this: you're not with $100 million. You can't pay your actors $20 million, can you? And you still got your film crew, your gaffers, all them cats, the editors. All this stuff's got to be. These cats got to be. $100 million really wasn't a lot of money for Hollywood to spend on a black film.
Well, you know what I heard? You know what I heard though?
What?
That they negotiated a deal that after 25 years, they own all the rights to this movie. That was smart. Because this is one of
It
those,
was
this is one of
smart,
those
but
movies like Friday. This is one of those movies like Friday that you're gonna watch again with your grandkids.
yeah, but you're gonna have to stream it. And who owns the streaming service? And at that moment, what is the streaming on? You see, before with Friday and all these other movies, there was at least people being able to buy their VHSs and their DVDs and their laser discs and yada yada. See, those particular physical possessions that you would go and purchase, the machine to play it on, see, those things aren't there right now.
If I was him, I put this movie on the blockchain.
I would, let me say it like that, I would have shortened 25 years maybe down to, half of that, man. Easy. Half of that.
Well, you know how
But I get it. I get it. Again, you're operating from a position where they already giving you crumbs. So I'm not, it ain't a bad thing by any stretch to be able to have ownership after 25 years. But I'll say it like this. We saw what Sony did after Michael Jackson's, 7-album deal. That wasn't 25 years, was it? See?
But for them to be able to make a movie like this, and I'm talking about the YT actors played their role, played their part very, very well to the T. I mean, even the YT actors need to get something out of this.
Well, again, as I said, just
the Asian lady, she need to get something out of this. I mean, all the characters in this movie was relevant. Like I said, I did have an issue, but it's not a big issue. In the red native that they put in the movie, they made the red natives Choctaw, and they mentioned the name Choctaw, which was very important. Very important. They mentioned the name Choctaw, but they used the red natives to play the Choctaw Indians.
Honestly,
I would love to see a. Let me tell you what I would love to see. I would love to see a movie that shows the true Americans and what happened to us during 1809 to 1863. I would love to see a movie like that, where it shows the paper genocide that happened to a lot of us that was already here. Where it showed the original tribes running around with their
erasure. Well, no, what you're talking about is information on the uncivilized tribes.
Right.
That we have zero information
I
on.
would
And that
love
you're absolutely,
for you to talk
yes. Absolutely. But see, and I don't want to say but see, this is when I have to take great umbrage with this entity called the United States of America. These slights that, we're asked to just let go, these slights are taller than Mount Everest. Okay? There's not one. Listen, Mount Everest doesn't become. It's not even a molehill in the slight category for what's occurred.
I should listen. I should write the movie. You're right. I should write the movie. I want to do. Listen, I was talking to one of my buddies. One of my closest homeboys. He passed away like 3 days ago. They got him. They got him. This is one of my boys. One of my day ones. That was unalived at 45 years old. Okay, one of my day ones. Man. And I was talking to one of my other buddies, one of my other day ones, and they were like, "Man, we need to write a movie about our life." I mean, if I was able to one day sit down and tell y'all the things that I lived and experienced growing up in California, I swear to you, if y'all wouldn't believe. Listen, if I didn't have proof and other people that know me and know my family and know the people that I hung out with, y'all wouldn't believe that I went through this, that we did all this at such a young age. Like from 14 to 22 years old, man, we probably lived 4 decades within from 14 to 22. And me and one of my buddies talking about we need to write a movie about it because nobody's gonna believe what we experienced and what we went through from at a young age. Nobody.
Well, that's when you look at, I want to say Boys in the Hood seems to be real close to where you...
Real close to the wood. I would say it's more closer to the wood. And mixed in with Boys to the... I would say my life story would be like the wood and Boys in the Hood all in one.
You basically...
I would say it like that.
Every inner city black neighborhood and community,
right,
and encompassed it in
so,
that.
It's so relatable. Like it's so my life is so relatable. Like people be like, man, I remember that. I did that. Man, I mean, we had one of our boys that was banging out an older woman. Okay, at 14 years old, had him a 27-year-old girlfriend. At 14, I mean, stories like that you just couldn't believe. That you just couldn't believe. And the lady lived right up under him, and she used to bring her groceries to his mama's house. I mean, it was we did some things, man. I'm talking about coming of age, adolescence at 16 years old, becoming a man, and me, I'll always look older. Like I've had a beard in high school. Man, I used to get carded by just to date women in my age bracket. They'd be like, let me see your school ID. Okay. And
you were 6 feet, six. You said 6'2".
I was 6 foot.
You're 6 foot.
6 foot.
I had a partner of mine.
Beard, everything, man. I mean, I had older women, younger women, all man. Listen, from the mama to the daughter to the grandmama to the auntie. I had the spectrum, but I'll just put it like that. I had.
They were noticing you. I get that, bruh. I had a partner of mine.
Football player,
ended up growing
muscle.
Two partners actually. One of them grew up to be about 6'3". My other boy grew up to be 6'7".
Listen, and everybody I hung out with were either as tall or taller than me. Nobody was messing with us, brother. Like when we would step on the scene, it was like the Red Sea would just part. People get out of our way.
Of course. But see, the idea was you were the up and coming stars coming along in the universe. And the idea, okay, to keep this going in the galactic theme, is that while coming up in this universe, the gravity field that you were generating, or what was coming into your orbit that you would be able to control and that or believe that you could control.
I went to TJ one time and with my older brother, and they tried to put us in. They tried to lock us up, and I never went back. I'll tell that story one day, but I went to TJ one time, and I've never seen poverty. And I'm talking about even in Africa. I've never seen poverty like I've seen in TJ. I promise.
I didn't get that far into there myself. I've
been to TJ, and let me tell you, when I went to TJ I went to TJ in the 2000s. Actually, I went to TJ in the 2000s. When I went to TJ, it was the poorest thing I've ever seen. Listen, even the brothels, man. I've always been a little scary when it comes to women. Not like scared of women, but just scared that they might got that monster. You know what I'm saying? I was always kind of like, you got the monster. I'm cool. I'm cool. I would turn you down if I even thought you was too promiscuous. I'm like, I gotta turn you out. I don't even want to chance.
If you hanging out in a smelly area, the answer is no. Okay.
I was in TJ, bro. I saw this thick old thing, man. I mean, I couldn't. I didn't know. I didn't know they made women like that. I didn't know they made women that voluptuous. And I was like, I'm cool. She was on me, and I was like, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I think I walked by one of them brothels, and they literally tried to grab me and pull me. I said, nah, I'm cool. I don't want to go in. I'm good. I'm not here for that. But the poorest thing I seen was in TJ. That's probably one of the poorest countries. That's the first time that was my first experience being outside the United States. Was in the early 2000s. It was TJ, and I'm sorry, y'all. TJ.
Yeah, I was there in 84.
Africa,
85, yeah, 84.
Africa I seen ain't got nothing on TJ. I'm just gonna be honest. The Africa that I seen when I went to Africa, it ain't got nothing on the poverty I seen in TJ. I literally saw a lady sit. Listen, this is a true story. True story. You ever seen one of them? What's that nursery rhyme with the lady that lived in the shoe? The lady that lived in the shoe.
There wasn't no lady who lived in the shoes. Had so many children, she ain't know what to do.
Man, listen, there was a lady who had a big old dress, old lady, and she was sitting down, and I kid you not, up under her dress were 10 kids. Up under her dress was 10 kids. And looking at her, if you've ever seen hopelessness before in your life, I've never seen the look of hopelessness before until I saw the look on that old lady's face. And she had 10 grandkids or 10 kids. And I pulled out $1. And them kids, they near molested me to get that dollar. They rushed me. I made a mistake and I gave out $1 and their hands was all up my shirt, down my pants, trying to get to all the, man. But they don't, I'm from old school where we put our money in our socks. So they wasn't getting to that, You know what I'm saying? I'm from the old school. We put our money in our socks. I didn't, but they I pulled out $1 and those kids tried to pickpocket and get all the money. They tried it, but mine was in my socks. They wasn't getting to it in my shoe. So, but man, I never experienced anything like that before. Like I said, Africa don't got nothing. I mean, TJ is way poor.
Extreme desperation is extreme desperation.
Yeah, TJ is way poorer than Africa. I got to be honest with you, like that. Shout out to the Hispanics, but y'all know TJ.
TJ out cold.
Mexico. I'm talking about Mexico. Way poorer than Africa. What I saw back in the early.
Cross the border from San Diego to Tijuana.
From San Diego to Tijuana, and you're gonna see the most. Now I don't know how it looks today, but early 2000s.
It was not. It was not pleasant, and immediately start.
I still haven't been back to Mexico because of that experience that happened to me 20-something years ago. I still haven't went back, okay? I'm still running from Mexico like, nah, I'm not going down there. You're not going to catch me down there. Oh, no. I had an AK-47 put to my back, too, first time. In Mexico, they put the AK-47 to my back. And took me straight to the ATM machine and made me pull out some money. That's exactly what happened. Me and my brother had to pay $200 a piece to get.
And that's why I'm thankful to live in America, because I've experienced some similar things.
I'm sorry. I'm like, Mexico, y'all poor.
I'm trying to figure out, here's where I'm at as a human. I've been sipping and people don't like me, whatever. People do like me and some don't. I'm just trying to get with the program of United We Stand as American citizens, and it don't matter to me if you are whatever. People want to find colors at Sherwin-Williams. I don't care about none of that crap. I'm over it. Host, can I ask you your thoughts on the Carmelo Anthony case? What do you think about that?
Okay, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna.
You don't know. You don't know what I'm gonna like. I'm gonna assume.
He's from that's a stand your ground state, and he has a very high chance of getting off. Now I'm still like, let's wait for all the facts to come in. I want to see some video, but based on the police report, and I read the police report.
All right.
Based on the police report, he has a good chance of getting off.
For real? That's what you think?
That's what I know. Yeah, I read I read the police report,
Me too.
and based on that police report, he showed concern for the kid. He
All right.
didn't run away. He admitted that he did it. He didn't try to run.
Well, he asked, "Do you think I can get off?"
From the people, listen, from the people that were there, they said he didn't start it. That they put their hands on him. He said, "You put your hands on me again, I'm gonna show you something." They didn't want to believe him when he said that.
That's fair.
He didn't do 5, 6, 7, 8 jabs.
Pokies.
He did one. He
Right.
did one good jab and then got up out of there. He did what he needed to do to get up out of there. Now it's unfortunate
That's your belief, but
hold on. It's unfortunate that someone lost their life. I personally would not have had a knife. I come from a school where we gonna use these.
we're not going to make that okay in America. That's not what we're going to do.
I come from a place where you use these ones.
He didn't.
That's not
He didn't have
necessarily
a-
true.
Let's talk about the police report.
He didn't have a cutter on him. It was a.
Let's talk about a police
was a
report,
tool.
the police report, because
It was
let's
a
talk
tool.
about it. Because
a
he
tool
said I'm
that-
not going to like it, but I'm going to the police report. The police report stated.
The police report said it was a tool.
Spike cleaner.
Okay.
It was a spike. It was a spike for his or cleat cleaner, shall I say?
Yeah.
So
No,
that's-
that's not what the police report
no,
said.
hold
That's a
on,
lie.
hold on.
That is a lie. That's a lie. Let me
hold
tell
on.
y'all what the police report said.
Hold on. I know, ma'am.
The police report's not the law,
No,
though.
ma'am, no, sir. Let me tell y'all what the police report
Hold
said.
on, ma'am. We know. I read the police report. So
It wasn't a cleat cleaner. That's a lie.
Hold on.
That's false information. All these Democrats
Is it?
in this country
If
would
it
say,
is,
yeah,
then it's
it's
not
a
my
lie.
intention to do that, dear.
I know everybody's been drinking. I'm just meeting you up because you're not going to overtalk me, okay? Now I hear what they're saying. It was a cleat cleaner, whatever. The police report said it was I'm just going to call it a tool. A KNIFE. That's what the police report said, okay?
A black
Okay.
one.
But
Yes,
it's going to depend on how big that KNIFE was. That's really what they're going to try to argue in court.
no, it's called provocation because Carmelo opened his bag up. Okay.
After he was
had it-
touched.
No.
touched.
That's not in the police report.
That isn't, ma'am. Now you're lying because I read
No, I'm
police
telling the
report.
truth. Everybody here can go look at the police report.
Ma'am, I can pull up the police report right now.
Do it.
He didn't go in his
Ma'am,
bag
okay,
until
hold on.
after
Me
he had
with the
already been
truth.
assaulted, correct?
Come on, check it out.
No, he had not been assaulted.
If I pull up the
Police report-
hold on, ma'am.
I'm not leaving
If I pull
because
up the
if you
report-
want to
if I pull
interrupt,
up-
because I know what the
Ma'am,
police
ma'am,
report said. I want to say what it said.
Ma'am, if I pull up the police report and it tells you what I said, I need you to stand on business and
All
apologize.
right, pull it up, baby.
I'ma
But
pull
while
it
you're
up.
pulling it up, I will state what I read in the police report. The police report stated that Carmelo opened up his backpack and there's something called provocation. He put his hand in his backpack and he said, "Touch me and find out." And then
Touch
Austin
me
did not touch
again.
him.
You keep leaving off again.
It was not again. Touch me
He
and
said,
find
touch
out.
me again.
He
and
didn't.
find
That's
out
not
what
in the
happened.
police report, sir. We can twist it. You can twist it, but the truth is the truth.
Ma'am, I know you. I know you're drunk. I know you've been drinking.
Yes, I have been
But we're
sipping.
but we're gonna get to the truth. To me,
Yes,
this is
the
not
truth
about
is.
race. This is not about race, ma'am.
That's right. It's not. I agree.
But I know the media and the majority of people are trying to make it about race. It's
Well,
not.
they are.
Okay, but we're gonna pull it up.
All right, pull it up. Because from what I saw, just saying while you're pulling it up, from what I saw, Carmelo opened up the bag. He put his hand in the bag and he looked at Austin. He said, "Touch me and find out." And then Austin didn't touch him. And then he said, "Punch
So
me."
you think he just went up to him and you think a 160-pound guy went up to a 215-pound guy? That's your belief.
Are you saying Austin didn't touch him? Are you going to sit there and say that?
What I'm stating is allegedly.
Hold on. No, it's not allegedly. The twin
I
said,
say that.
the twin
His
said,
brother.
his own brother said they put their hands on him. His own brother admitted that. So you can't say that. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a clear case of self-defense. If you take race out of it,
This is disgusting.
if you take race out of it, because I know it's hard to go against that white. I know it's hard, and there's a white.
No, it's not hard. It's not hard. The truth is
Then
not
how
hard.
can you not see if
Truth
his
is
own
not hard.
brother is saying he put his hands on him? How are you refuting that?
You can't refute that.
Well, there's equal first.
No.
Stand
What
ground
equal
on
first?
that.
If you put your hands on me, there's no equal firsts.
There is no exactly.
Okay,
You
well,
can't change the law.
Carmelo opened up
I
his
got the law,
backpack.
9.3.
After the brother said that they did something to him first.
Hold on, Penal Code.
Why are you
9.3.
skipping over that?
Hold on, cousin. Penal Code 9.3.
It's not going to end well for Carmelo. I'm just telling y'all, under statutory law.
Ma'am, you don't know that. Okay, because for the simple fact that a person is innocent until proven. That's why I said take race out of it. You're being racist right now.
Take race out of it. I agree.
So if
Forget
he's
about the
innocent, if you take race out of it, he's innocent.
I mean, if someone
Until
shoves
proven
you, does that
guilty.
give you the right to pokey poke
He's
someone in
innocent.
the
Again,
heart?
man. Do you know we have something in this country called due process? Do you know that?
Yep, and he's
So
innocent.
what
until
does due
proven
process
guilty.
say? What does due process?
Innocent
You're
until
innocent.
proven guilty.
So
However,
right now, Carmelo is innocent
until proven
the
guilty.
court.
I agree.
So you can't say he's guilty, and you can't make a statement.
That's right. I agree.
So take it
Thing
back.
is, Carmelo opened up his
Hold
bag.
on.
In the police report, Carmelo opened up his
Hold
bag.
on.
He had it, and he said, "Touch me and find out." That's called provocation.
Does his twin brother's testimony mean anything to you?
Right.
What was the brother's testimony?
His twin brother said that they touched him.
But Carmelo, in the
report,
testimony,
in the police report, they said they touched him. The witnesses there said they touched him. And guess what? I guarantee there's video.
so
of
if someone touches you, does that allow you to pokey someone in
With
the
that,
heart?
if two guys who are outweighing you by 100 pounds,
according to the law.
No, it's nothing
According
like
to the
that.
law.
It has nothing to do with the weight of a person. It has to
yes,
do
it does.
Look, let's act
If
like
a bigger person were coming up to you in a threatening manner, are you going to say that you aren't going to do whatever you need to do to defend yourself?
Your life has to be
Is that
in
what you're
danger.
saying?
Your life has to be in danger to be able to.
That is what he's believing, and you are saying is that he could not believe that at all.
Under police report, he opened up his bag. He put his hand in
Again,
his bag.
sister, you are ignoring the brother. You are ignoring the twin brother's testimony.
I am talking about provocation.
Provocation would be putting your hands on him first.
He's provoking him. He said, "Touch me and find out." And he had his hand in the bag.
He went to his bag. Why did he go to his bag?
He went because I guess he was provocating.
How can you provocating?
How about this? Officer Tatum on YouTube, which is a brown fella, showed the evidence. Like the guy.
Officer Tatum has zero weight here.
Okay. Well,
nothing he said is going to be accepted as valid in any way.
How about this? It has nothing to do with race. It's nothing to do with race.
I didn't say anything about race. I specifically said him.
But how are we?
Hold on. This is the host. I'm about to read the report.
Okay.
Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. And Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one.
That's provocation, dear.
Okay, hold on. This is just one. This is the report. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapon in his bag Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. So he touched
But
Anthony. Hold on.
Carmelo
And
opened his
then-
bag and had that
and then-
knife ready.
and-
Come
and-
on.
So now you're already arguing against the police report?
This is on the police report. He touched Anthony,
Yes.
and then Anthony told
No.
Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later,
That's provocation.
Wait a minute.
A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony, grabbed him now to tell him to move.
And was Carmelo's life in
What
danger?
gives Anthony the right to grab him?
Exactly.
Well, what
Anthony-
gave Carmelo
Hold on.
the right to say, "Hey, touch me"?
Yes, girl, you're making it about. See, when you do that, you're making it about race.
Oh,
When we're
you know
going
what's
to court-
sad?
This is what's sad.
There's no way in America you are going to let somebody put their hands on you.
Hold on, cousin. This is what's sad. These are two American children.
That's right.
Two American children,
Amen.
and one was unalived.
That's right. It's
That's the
horrific.
sad part. Okay.
Yes.
And what's even sadder is you got grown adults making it about something it's not. These were children. Where were the adults? The adults should have been there. They weren't there, but these were
No.
children.
Yeah, the adults should have been there. Like
There were children. And in
yes.
the police report, it clearly states.
Carmelo's parents
Hold
should have
on.
told
It
him,
clearly
"Hey,
states,
if you're in a
because-
situation."
Hold on, ma'am. We're no longer in a Jim Crow. We're no longer in we're in a meritocracy.
That's right. We're not.
In a
You're right.
meritocracy, according to
Amen. I
We're in a-
agree.
So if we're in a meritocracy,
That's what
based
we're
on
in.
what just happened, based on what
Right.
happened to Jordan Neely, based on what happened
No,
to
let's not
Howard
pivot. Why are we
Based
pivoting?
on
Why
what
are you
happened to
pivoting?
George Zimmerman, the president's
Dude,
already been set.
Carmelo
You
opened
touched-
his bag. He
Yes,
was not
and
in.
defended himself.
Okay,
Because-
You're like a
Carmelo,
fly on fly
according
paper.
to
You're
police
stuck on
report,
this spot.
Listen, he was
Carmelo's
grabbed,
life was not in danger.
he was-
If Carmelo
How
was
can
so
see
afraid,
how you're
he wouldn't
ignoring how
open up the
Carmelo
damn
felt?
backpack.
Man,
You cannot say how Carmelo felt, dear, and it is very wrong for you to
I
do
don't
that.
care.
he was touched,
Like literally,
and there was more
Carmelo.
than
Then-
blood.
Then why did you bring
wasn't-
it up if this is your only
I
position?
am trying to.
Listen, ma'am, you're not gonna overtalk the whole. Listen, he was grabbed, he was touched, he was accosted.
Carmelo
he was
said,
all
"Grab me, touch me." He
above.
provocated the assault.
No, he didn't provocate the assault.
Carmelo said,
Okay,
"Touch me,
okay.
grab me." That's called provocation under the law.
That's called warn you.
No
That's the
one
law.
thought he
I
had
asked in the
anything
name
in
of
his
Jesus, any
bag.
demons
Are you
in this
ignoring
house-
that part in the police report as well?
Any demons
Back up.
in the host or anything?
I
Like,
don't know
Are you
why-
also ignoring the
Like,
part of
why
the
are
police
y'all
report
so
that
blind
said
to the
no
truth?
one thought
Can you
he
not
had
see?
anything in his
It
bag?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Carmelo
So I
gave
just-
provocation.
ma'am, let me
He
tell you-
opened up his
let me
bag
tell you why
and he
you're
had
under
that
let me tell
weapon
you why
in his
you're- hold
damn
on.
hand.
Hold on. Let me
The
tell you
fuck?
let me tell you why you're in jeopardy of being dropped off the panel. Because I told you once I showed you what the police report actually said, which was contrary to what you said.
No, it
You
wasn't.
have to admit that you were
Read
wrong.
it again. How about this? Read it again.
I'm gonna read it one more time.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna read
sir.
it one more
I
time for you.
appreciate that.
I'm gonna read it one more time because I need you to really pay attention.
All right. Okay.
And I'm gonna even show you that I actually have the police report up here, so you know I'm not.
All
just
right.
making this
All right.
up.
Read
You
it
see all the
again.
black marks of
Read
the
it
redaction?
again.
It
Please.
says Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. First
Yep.
of all, I ran track,
That's
ma'am.
freedom of speech in America.
I ran track, ma'am.
No.
And you can go and listen. You can go sit under anybody's tent. Nobody can. You could put a tent anywhere.
You are putting so much youth in jeopardy of prison right now. You are on the
What
wrong
is the
team.
jeopardy of two different teams sitting under the same tent?
Because
What kind of life?
children
What,
at a track meet can't get in a scuffle.
Mind you, it was raining. It was.
I don't care if it's raining.
and
That
he
doesn't
was
give
getting out of
somebody.
the lane. No,
That
no,
does
no, no, no,
not
no,
give
no. Listen,
somebody
The
probable
purpose for being
cause.
under the tent was getting
No,
out of the
his life
rain.
was not in danger from a
Well,
shot.
Hello. May I say something?
hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna let you speak. Let me finish reading this first because I need her to. If she doesn't backtrack what she said after I read, I'm gonna have to drop her because she's being disingenuous. So let me finish it out.
All right.
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." So he gave him a warning: don't touch him. He gave him a
Provocation.
warning.
Okay,
Don't
may I
touch him.
speak? May I speak?
No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then told Anthony to and then told Austin to punch him and see what happened. So Anthony said, so after Anthony touched him, Anthony said, "Punch me and see what happens." A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move. And Anthony pulled out what was recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. He didn't do it multiple times.
This is horrific.
He didn't do it multiple times. He did it once. He
And it
warned
killed
him,
that baby and it unalived him.
May I
and
speak?
it's
May I speak,
unfortunate.
please?
It's unfortunate.
You know
Okay.
that. You know this. Wait a minute.
Go ahead, defender. Fix that.
Okay, wait a minute. That's going to cut off. Sorry about that. You know, the reality is this would be a duress defense. And let me explain why it should be a duress defense. When you look at Austin profile, when you look at his accounts and you look at pictures that this young man has, this man is holding high-powered weapons, him and his brother. In addition to those photos that they have online, they also have photos showing G member hand signals. Why wouldn't Carmelo be afraid of them? Why wouldn't he?
Well, why, if Carmelo was so afraid,
The thing is,
Carmelo
Let's
was
talk.
so afraid, why did he run up in the tent?
Ma'am.
what I'm trying to say is if someone is in school and they know about someone, for instance, I don't commit crimes, but I see kids every day who I am afraid of, even in my own neighborhood, of my own skin color. And so I know that if that was to happen, I would have to protect myself knowing what these kids do. So how do you know, ma'am, that this young man didn't know the prehand? He did not know the possibility of this man holding weapons and not afraid to strike or use them at any time. How can you prove that?
Now hold on. Let me say this real quick. Let me add this in there too because a lot of people don't know. Did y'all know about the toxicology report? Did anybody look at the toxicology report?
No, can you
No,
please
sir.
share?
What is
Oh,
that?
I did hear a little bit about this. Oh, you're gonna love this, Brittany.
The toxicology report showed that he was under the influence of 𝗔𝗯ance. He had a Molly in his system, Austin. And guess what the toxicology report says?
Where'd you find that information? That
It's
is new
online.
information to me.
It's online. Hold on. And guess what the toxicology report said? It said that it was probable that because of the Molly that he bled out so fast.
Where'd you find the information? Because I would love to go look at that, honestly, because I'm fair and balanced.
Ma'am, this seems
No,
like
I mean,
Look
I'm
up
fair and
the
balanced. I'm
he's saying to
asking
look up the
where-
toxicology report.
this seems
Okay,
like
You
where
read the
can I
police
see that
report.
Google it.
If you-
Ma'am, just Google it. This seems like
Alright.
another George Floyd where they tried to say George Floyd passed away because of
It had been proven that George Floyd had enough schmitten in his system.
So maybe the same thing with Austin too.
I don't know.
According to the toxicology, ma'am.
I wasn't there, and it for me it's not a reason.
We get it. We get
Here's
it.
another
We
thing.
get it.
Here's another thing. Here's another thing that you got to throw in there too. Check this out. Here's another thing you have to throw in there too. Those two boys were not in the track meet. Carmelo was. So who had more of a
What?
right to be there? Who had a moral right to sit under that tent and be there than the person who's actually in the track meet? The
What he's saying, in short, is that the twins were there for moral support for their team, but they were not actually participants at the event.
They weren't.
Carmelo was an actual participant.
Carmelo was an actual participant. So all I'm saying is, if you take race out of it, or better yet, switch the roles. Make Austin Carmelo and make Carmelo Austin. If you switch the role, it will all make sense to you. If you make
I really think I really think for those who are using race,
it's not a race. It's not a thing of race.
No, I'm just saying. I think that those who are using race as a defense need to get over OJ. They need to really get over OJ. Because it seems to me since OJ, it has always been a race issue.
Let me say this too. This is what really is bugging a lot of YT people. I'm gonna tell you what's really bugging them, because they're coming into the fact that their power of the privilege and the I'm white and I say so is diminishing, and black Americans.
Can you repeat that again, host? Can you repeat that again?
Okay. What I'm saying is they're coming to the fact that the I'm white and I say so, and that white privilege is diminishing, and black people are actually getting that meritocracy that we're talking about, the justice. And they don't like when it's equal justice because they want to have it uneven. They want to be up here, and they want us always to be down here. And they always want to come from a stance of superiority. And guess what? Now it's like, no, we're on the same playing field. We're all Americans. So guess what?
Somehow he was guilty and or wrong. Doesn't matter. There's nothing that he did that would have made him in the right.
Right. And here's the thing. What they're coming to realize is, guess what? They're going to have to face. They're not used to black people showing up and showing their support and donating money like they donated to this camp like that. They used to always be on one side, them raising money for their people, and our people just being left out with no money and no.
Why is it your people and our people? Like, where?
Because George Zimmerman got money.
Well, I'm just like
Kyle Rittenhouse got money.
Yeah, I'm just using that.
No, I just feel like that's called racism.
Daniel Penny got
like
money.
Your people and our people. I don't
because we didn't donate to Daniel Penny, Kyle Rittenhouse, or George Zimmerman.
I do not comply.
You all did.
Hold on. You're not used to black Americans sticking up for our own like y'all have always been sticking up for your own. That's all I'm saying. And you're not used to not coming from a place of superiority and having to come from a place of fairness. See, there's always been an advantage when it comes to white. But now there's now fairness and justice is creeping in.
It has nothing to do with race at all, though.
No, he said fairness and justice. How does race apply to fairness and justice?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not YT people are not used to.
Why are you being like that? Like, why are you saying YT? Like, what?
This is ridiculous.
Because we're trying to make sure it's TikTok friendly language.
Number one. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't get money. Gibson Go and GoFundMe banned him from getting any money, and he sat in jail for months until his trial. That's not what happened here.
Kyle Rittenhouse sat in jail for months?
Hang on. Zimmerman? Do you know why he wasn't found guilty? Have you actually looked at the evidence?
I could really care less that a grown man shot a child. I'm sorry, forgive me. Pew-pewed a child. That's irrelevant. I don't give two flying frig newtons about that. As a grown man who was told not to follow that child.
Hold up. So if my son came and started beating you down, and you were alone.
If you had assaulted my son and my son beat you down, you deserve the beat down.
Yeah, but
the fucking delusional shit ever.
Why are you assaulting a young child?
But Carmelo was not beat down. What the fuck?
We're talking about Zimmerman here, dear.
Hold Leave
Cousin,
Zimmerman.
do you know the
Leave Zimmerman up
definition of
out of it. Hold
assault?
on, hold on.
Because that made no
Hold-
sense what you just said.
Logan.
Again, when you are instructed by the 911 caller to stop following
Doing something.
and you continue to do it,
Following isn't
Yes,
illegal.
but
whose fault is that?
But let's move on
That's,
from that.
you
Hold
shouldn't
on,
have
hold on,
followed,
hold
but
on,
following
hold
is
on,
not illegal.
Logan.
Following
We
also
cannot
See, now you're going to
ask-
the legal part. See,
on.
the idea is to
Not-
give him some sort of an excuse so that Trayvon could have been found in the wrong.
Hold on. I need everybody to meet up because I don't want y'all cutting me off. Hold on. Let's move on. Let's go to Daniel Penny and Jordan Neely. There was no weapon involved. There was no violence. He didn't touch anybody. He yelled. He had an episode. Okay? He had an episode. Now, Logan, you tell me how Daniel Penny got off with unaliving a skinny Michael Jackson impersonator with mental health issues, and you tell me how that's okay. Go.
because people with mental health issues can be extremely dangerous. It doesn't matter how big they are. You could do a lot of damage to someone. People die from getting punched. Do you know that?
And your president
Had he
doesn't have
made
mental
any
health
offensive
issues.
moves
Your
toward
president
anyone
does
on
not
that
have
train?
mental health
Do you know
issues.
people die from getting punched?
Everybody be quiet. Hold on. Logan, where are you from? What?
Atlanta.
You're from Atlanta. Okay. So you're not from New York, right?
No.
Do you know that that's normal in New York?
To be assaulted by
Mentally health,
people?
no matter what color they are, mentally health person to be yelling obscenities in the subway. Do you know that's like an everyday thing? That's like an average Monday for them. What was so different about this time?
Hold on. I'm going to pull up the actual story right now.
We know the story. What was so different?
Right, we know the story. You're not
Do
bringing
you? Because
anything
you
new
didn't know
with the
the Zimmerman
story.
You can't
You didn't know the Rittenhouse
I
story,
asked you
so I
a
don't
simple
believe you do know
question.
the story.
How do you defend Daniel Penny getting off? And there was no weapon, and he had military training. He was highly skilled, and a mental health skinny black kid who impersonates Michael Jackson, malnutrition.
So according to the witness statements, he was yelling, "I'm going to kill everybody."
Unaliving of
Yelling
him.
is not
He
an
didn't
act.
face him.
No, but it is a
He
threat.
didn't face. Hold on, Logan.
It is a verbal
He
threat.
Logan. He didn't face him head up. Snuck up behind him
Okay.
and choked him out for 9 minutes.
Sure. Okay.
How was that?
Well,
And you have
first of all,
and you could have let him.
it was a
just-
threat, but we'll say forget Daniel Penny. I don't care about
No,
Daniel.
no. That's perfect. No, we can't forget that. But I need you to tell me why Daniel Penny gets to get off, but all of a sudden it's different over here with Carmelo. And
I
he
had
was
no
supposed to
involvement
be
in
there.
Daniel
He
Penny's
was supposed to
arrest
be there.
nor his
He was
freedom.
supposed to be there. He gave verbal
You know,
warnings
the
first.
Hodges twins
Hold up.
on YouTube. Hold
Did
up.
you just say Kyle Rittenhouse? Was
Jesus,
that what you
and
were
this
talking
another
about?
right-wing conspiracy group.
Conspiracy
How-
theory.
The
Yeah.
Hodges
From the
twins on
dude-
YouTube
from
call
this
this
guy
shit
is
out every
crazy.
fucking day.
Hold
This
on.
is disgusting what's happening.
Brittany, just calm
Host,
down.
were you just talking about Rittenhouse?
will cross state lines, and he was pointed out by people.
No,
saying,
actually, he
"Hey,
didn't cross
this
state lines. His dad lived there.
doesn't
Well,
matter."
he didn't.
Nope. His mom lived
He
over
didn't.
state
He lived
lines.
with his mom in another state.
Carmelo's
with his
mother
mama.
did not ever
crossed
tell
state
him.
lines
Here's
with
what
the-
I'm gonna state. I'm gonna
Brittany,
leave.
give me
I
one
want to
second.
say something. Hold up. Give me a second. Carmelo's mother never told him, "Don't start a fight. But if you get in a fight, finish it." But she should have told him, "Don't unalive a person. If someone touches you or grabs you, I mean, your life has to be in danger for stand your ground. That's the damn truth.
Man,
And it's ridiculous."
Reasonable belief of threat.
You are making too great of a leap as to what
Do you
Carmelo's
think-
mental state
Do you
was.
think
His mental
Carmelo's
state
life
doesn't
was in
matter.
danger
His
if
action
someone
was
touched him or
stabbing
shoved
someone.
him?
again, check this out again.
This is crazy.
Again, hold on again.
This is
I'm-
crazy.
Ma'am, I don't want to have to keep muting you. You got to get your emotions in check. Again, we're under a meritocracy according to Trump, and we have something called due process. He is still a child. He is innocent until
barely
facts come
a
out
child.
and they prove him otherwise. Now, according to the police report, what I read, I'm still on the innocent side.
That's
Was Trayvon Martin a child?
dumbest. That's
What the
hold on.
fuck
I'm just
are you
curious.
on the
Was
innocent
Trayvon Martin a
side?
child?
Trayvon Martin was a minor who was viciously beating a guy, which is what all the
Who is assaulting
all
him?
the physical evidence. No, speaking to someone and following someone is not assault. Look up the definition of assault right now if you don't believe me. That's not
Why
assault, buddy.
are you
That's not assault, buddy.
again? I'm going to say this again.
Hold
You know
on,
what-
You
hold on,
were
time out.
told
You know what
not
is
These
to
Democrats
approach
won't
this
win.
person.
That's why
Hey, cousin,
Trump's
why don't you
president.
control your emotions and let
Post,
someone
I'll
speak?
send you a
You know what
follow.
is assault?
Trayvon
What
Martin,
is assault? Can I speak? Can I speak?
Who do
You told
think
her
threw
to
the first
control her
punch, sir?
emotions and let you speak. Can I speak?
And Trayvon Martin, who do you think threw the first punch, sir?
Trayvon Martin did. Give me evidence to the contrary. Give me evidence to the contrary.
Check this out, man.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Unalive people can't tell no tales.
Go ahead. Do you have evidence
Unalive
that
people
do you have-
can't tell no tales.
Yeah, you're right. So why
Carmelo
are
is
you
not
making
a
up stories?
So the idea that you can say that it because George said he threw the first punch, that's
No,
what
no.
it is?
No.
That is no way
Cousin, hold on, because
Yes,
you are
yes, sir.
so uninformed on this.
Racist
You are so uninformed on this.
Fucking
Hold on, Brittany, hold on.
Fuck.
Cousin, because you are so uninformed on this, I'll break it down for you, and then you can go look it up. Trayvon Martin had 0 defensive wounds. The only wound on his entire body was a small cut on his pinky finger. Okay? You know who did have defensive wounds all over them? Zimmerman. He had grass stains on his back, which went with exactly what he reported happened, being tackled onto the grass. Witnesses. Hold on. Dude, can you let me talk? You told her to let you talk. Can you let me talk?
Hold on, I'm
No.
the host. I'm the
Why
host. I'm just going to cut
Why
you off.
can't you cut? Wait.
And then I'm
Why
gonna let
can't
you
she cut
finish.
you off, but you could cut me off?
Because I'm the host. That's why.
So?
I'm the host.
So
You're a
that's
guest in my
stupid.
room, sir. You're a
Well, he's
guest
got
in
that
my
black
room, sir.
privilege, right? He's
Yeah,
pulling his
apparently.
black privilege card,
Apparently.
right? Because they say we
Yeah,
have white
I
people.
got,
Yeah,
I
you get
got
all
that too.
kinds
I
of
got
special
that. This is
privileges.
I
All
got
kinds
that.
of special
This is-
privileges.
I'm
But you
the
pretend
host.
you
I
don't.
got special privileges. 'Cause I'm the
What
host.
special privileges do you think come with being black?
I got special privileges because I'm the host. Now listen.
These your
I'm
admissions
gonna
to
throw
college?
this part in here first. Don't let me. I don't want to forget my point here. Okay. Now, just because he happens to be a little bit more agile and athletic, and he can move out the way of incoming punches and not get touched, doesn't
You just pulling shit out
That
of your
fucking
ass.
asshole.
You're
Like,
literally
went
just
up
making up a
there
story, dude.
with a
You not
fucking
realize how
weapon.
fucking dumb this is? You're
That
literally just
little
making
fool
things
went
up.
up there
Talking
with a
about
weapon.
Trayvon, dear Trayvon didn't have a weapon.
You're just
Calm
making
down.
shit up, dude. You're just pulling shit out
No,
of
to
your
be
ass.
honest,
You are
You're
with
not
the
saying,
helping the
history,
youth
you know
of
what?
well, what
America.
if he
With the
dodged the
history,
This
punch?
live is
What if
not
Zimmerman threw
helping
the
the
first
youth of
punch?
America. Here's
with
what's
the
happening here.
400,
This is the
with
dumbest
the
shit ever, dude. Do you not
What you
realize?
have to say with your
Serious.
stupid fucking glasses, bitch. Fuck my. Like, I'm telling the truth.
I gotta drop
with
it.
Like,
the
this
400,
Okay,
is
you
no.
gotta go, sister.
Seriously.
she's.
I wanted to keep
It was
dropping.
fine. It's
How,
fine because you know what? I understand where she's coming from. Okay, because I do have black privilege. Okay, and I enjoy it every day. When I go into the stores, I get the utmost service. When I go into any type of workplace, they call me by my last name and put the Mrs. in front of it. I enjoy my black privilege, and I'm going to continue to enjoy it until the day that I die.
There you
good
go.
for you.
Thank you, sister.
Go ahead, Logan. I'm listening, brother. I'm trying to.
What I was saying
hear you
is,
out.
what I was
Go ahead.
saying was, what you are doing right now is just making up a story. You're making up things that you can't possibly know happened or didn't happen. What I am going off of
Well,
is
how do you
actual,
know?
because I'm going off of actual physical evidence, which was no defensive wounds on Trayvon,
And how
tons of
many
defensive
times in
wounds on
history
And I
Zimmerman,
have
just
it?
grass
told you.
stains on his back, witnesses
There's
Listen.
no
who said that they
defensive
heard him
wounds on
Tell you
scream.
why
Trayvon
I can
except
say that.
the
Let me tell you why I can say that. Let me tell you. First of all,
pew wound.
there had to be if you're beating somebody to a pulp, there has to be some wounds on your hands, brother. Because I done that before. I was 16 years old and I beat up a grown man after.
Not if you
football.
do it a lot. Not if you do it a lot. Your bones harden up, your knuckles harden up. That's why boxers don't always have bruised
So
hands.
now he's this hard on
Now
a warrior.
who's making up excuses?
Maybe
Come
he
on,
fights a
brother.
lot.
So now he fights a lot.
Now,
Maybe.
so
I don't know.
he's just violent, huh?
I'm doing the
Now,
exact
who's
same
doing
thing.
He just happened to be
I'm doing
violent
the
no
exact
matter
same thing you were
what,
just
huh?
doing. You were just making up
Who's
stories. I can make up
speculate?
stories
No,
too.
you just made up a story, brother. You said, oh, maybe
So
he
did
fights
you.
a lot.
So did you. I'm
Listen,
following you. I learned from
listen,
watching you, bro.
you're talking to someone who fought a lot because I grew up in a tough neighborhood where I
Yeah,
had to
me
fight
too,
a lot.
dude.
Okay?
Me too.
So
I've been
guess what?
boxing since
Whenever
I was
I
5.
fought, no. Whenever I fought,
Could you have as a boxer? Could you have taken an older gentleman
listen,
Yeah,
with your
easily.
training? Could you have done it
Easily.
as a boxer in your
wouldn't
youth?
have
Could
any
you have
bruises
taken
on my
out a guy who was older than you with no training?
listen.
Easily.
He's making
What-
up.
what point
he's
are you
making up
Uh-huh.
stuff. He's allowed to change the narrative to fit to what he wanted to do. But when I just come in with some anecdotal facts,
No, but you see, this doesn't work because I'm doing the thing you
went
already
around
did.
the whole school, knocked him
You see,
out.
this is what
and guess
you did
what?
first.
There were no other bruises on my body because I didn't give him the chance to touch me because I was so quick, so agile, so strong. And I put,
Okay, okay.
and he was
Sure.
bigger than
I'm
me.
sure you were.
Weren't you at your height between 16 and 21? Weren't you at your physical peak?
I was, man. Listen. I been to
Every man should
Hold
be
up.
at their physical peak during that age and that
Yeah,
stage.
obviously. What point are you even making, cousin?
weighing a strong.
Why are you acting like someone at their physical peak couldn't move or get out of the way of someone who's not in their
You're
physical
talking about
peak?
George Zimmerman. He was not in no shape, brother.
What
George
point
Zimmerman
are
was
you
not
even
in
trying to make right now, cousin? You're doing. See, when I
No,
do it,
you
hold on,
said
hold on.
the only
Host.
defensive
When I
wound
do it,
that
when
he
I do
had
it,
was on
when
his
I make up
pinky.
stories. No. Do you see the problem here? When I make up a story, you got a problem with it. But you have made up like 3 stories.
I'm going right
and had
back to
no
what
problem.
you said.
No. He was the one. Host was the one that said, "Oh, well, he probably threw the first punch and then he just dodged it, which is why he magically doesn't have any defensive wounds on him." But Zimmerman
No.
had tons of defensive wounds on him.
Okay, Zimmerman had defensive wounds because that brother was fighting for his life, and he felt threatened that he was getting.
Which you know
shot
how?
by
Which you know
somebody
how?
he didn't know.
Hold on, host. How do you know he was fighting for his life?
Because he's no longer here.
Okay, how do you know that
Because he's no longer here.
the gun came out that he was fighting for his life?
He's no longer here.
That's not
Why
answering my
else
question.
would
You're just
he
saying the
be
same
going
thing
at
over
this young? Why else
You're just
would
saying the
this
same thing
child
over and over,
be
bud.
going
You're not
at
making
a
a point.
grown man?
Hold on,
You're
brother.
not making a point.
Let me explain it this way.
Are you saying that Trayvon just attacked him out the blue?
He attacked him because he questioned him.
Hold on, cousin. Let me say it like
Why
this.
is he questioning him?
Who cares? You can do that. You've got every
No,
right.
he
You can
can't.
go-
This is
There
what?
you fucking can't. Hold on, cousin. Are you actually dumb enough that you think you're not allowed to legally talk to people? Is that how dumb you are?
Hold on. This is the host. Let me explain it to you this way. This is what my uncle taught me. All you have in this world is this little space, your little square. Anybody who steps inside that square, you are in a fight for your life. No one is supposed to violate that square that you're standing on. If they try to violate that square that you're standing on, you have a right to defend yourself unto the unaliving of another person, because that is your square. You have a God-given right to stand in that square. So if anybody outside of family come and get into that square that's not supposed to be in that square that I'm standing on, you're gonna take the square that I'm standing on. Oh, I got a right to.
Oh yeah. So if someone bumps into you on accident, you think they did it on purpose? Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line in this stupid thing? Because that's not how the law works, bud.
That is an infantile approach, brother. And you know
it
that is not what he meant. You know that is not what he meant.
Too much. Can I ask a question?
No. If someone gets in your square, bumps you accidentally,
A
and
bump
you
is
think
not
they
a
did it on
threat
purpose,
to your life,
where do
and
you
you know it.
Draw the line. Draw the line.
A
Neither is someone
bump
talking to
is.
you.
Are you? I'm telling you
Neither-
right now.
Hey, guess what? Neither is someone talking to you. That's not a threat
Bump
to
is
your life.
not. No.
Talking is not questioning, sir.
is
Okay,
that
questioning
person
isn't a
me
threat
and
to your
my
life either,
Questioning
cousin.
you don't get to do to
Questioning,
someone
I
that
can
you don't
question whoever the
know.
fuck I want.
Okay,
You can question whoever the fuck
Can
you
I
Hold on.
want.
ask a
And I can
question?
ignore
I'm gonna let
everything you
ask a
say.
question right now.
Yeah,
As
you
soon
can,
as
but
I
you
get
can't beat
control of
me
the
up for
room.
it.
As soon as I get control of the room, listen. Was there any video that you seen that we all didn't see that showed him just talking to him and just asking questions? Because unless there's some video out there,
You see any
you're
videos that anything else
speculating.
happened? Do
You're
you have videos that
speculating.
anything else happened?
You're
No, we
speculating.
only had the
So are
woman's
you?
call
You are
from
speculating.
the
I am going
911
off the
call.
only
Speculating.
physical
So
evidence that exists.
again, this is
What
another
you are
I'm
doing is
white
called
not say
speculating.
so. But guess what? It's a new day. We're in a meritocracy now.
What
There's no
you are
more I'm
doing is
white not say so,
speculation,
brother.
bud. Learn what
There's no
speculation
more
means.
white not. No, brother, you're speculating. You've been speculating this whole
You
time. Now I gotta let this
so
lady ask
fuck.
a question. Kels, go ahead.
Thank you. Too much. Can I ask a question directly to? Is it Logan?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Logan. This is a bigger question than just this case. We all know that most essays in this country, at least 70% of them in this country, are prevented. I'm sorry, are committed by people who look like you.
That's actually
So
false, according to
no, that's
FBI
not.
data. No, it
Being
absolutely is. I
with
just
that
looked it
being
up the other day.
said, my
Actually,
question is
it's
to
just totally
you:
wrong.
what
You want me to
what
pull it up
is
and
it
show you
in
right now?
your psyche, your genetics, your DNA that makes you all feel that you can put your hands on people
Well, what you just
without
said is false.
them
First of all,
asking
it's just a
for it?
made-up fact.
It's not. It's
It actually
not.
literally is. I just
You're
looked
the
at this
world
yesterday.
perverts. You're
I
the
just
world
What
perverts.
is
okay.
wrong with you, Kels? I mean,
You're the
Literally,
you are the world.
Carmelo
I'm not talking
unalived
to you. I'm
authors.
Listen,
talking to the. I'm
And what
talking.
the fuck are you
let's not do
I
this,
talking
asked
people.
the
Let's
about?
host
not
if I could
let's
talk.
not.
I
She did
asked the
Kels,
ask if you
you
could
host.
can
talk
say it.
I
to
Kels,
asked the
Logan.
host if I could talk directly to him, and that's who I'm speaking to. See what
yeah,
I mean?
Kels,
You
you
guys
can
just
make
don't
that
know
up
when to
and say it all
stop.
you want, but the fact is that isn't true.
The fact is that you're the world's perverts.
That's literally just not factually accurate, but
It
you can keep
is. It
saying
is.
it.
And you have a
Okay,
history. You have a
everybody right
history
now,
of,
a
of,
triple
of
dog dare.
raping and
Triple
yeah,
dog
you have
dare.
a
Every single
history.
person here, go look it up right
You
Watch
have
your
now.
a
Why
words.
history.
matter?
Everybody
We
You
We
need
have
to
a
talked
take y'all
about it
friendly
history.
today.
words.
Hold on. This is what I'm. Okay,
Triple dog dare.
I'm so fucking
I just
annoyed.
pulled it up. I just pulled up the data. Okay, nobody get mad when I read the data. Okay, this is just what it says on Google. I'm just gonna read what it says on Google, and I'm gonna say it's not too far off. 1 in 5 African Americans, 22%, 18.8% white, and 1 in 7 Hispanics, 14.6% for essay. Now this is just
However,
it's
Per
that
20
capita.
to
number
18 is not too far off. All I'm going to say is that it's not too far off. But go ahead.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and we all know history tells us. I mean, we don't have
Right.
these.
If we go back,
We
if we
didn't
go
have
back,
those high
we
yellow
know.
slaves running around for
Right.
nothing. We know exactly where they came
We
from.
know about that.
But with that said,
How
why
the
is
fuck
it
are you gonna
that
say
your
high
people
yellow? You
have?
racist fucking
Why
what
is
the
it that your
fuck?
people have an
High
issue with
yellow. What the
keeping your
fuck's a high yellow?
hands to
Like stop with
yourself?
your
Oh, thank you
shit.
so much for the gift, Tay. Appreciate you.
You don't even know what high yellow means. I'm not
I'm going
talking
to
to
ask
you
you
right
to.
now, young lady.
I'm going to ask you to mute up. Listen. I don't tone police in here. I let everybody say it with their chest. You know, if all I'm gonna say is this: if you're disrespectful, the other person has the right to be disrespectful. That's the way I do it in here. And if it gets too disrespectful, then I got to choose one or drop both. Okay.
All right, I gotta go. I'm out of time for this.
All right.
Oh,
Peace.
he won't answer the
Enjoy.
question. I see. All right.
No. Once he looked up the stat and he realized, oh crap. But I digress.
So yeah, listen.
I mean, we all know it's true.
I
They know
try
it's
to
true,
come
but
with
the hard
facts.
fact is that
I try
sometimes
to
the
come
truth is
with
hard.
data.
It's hard to
I
look
try
at
to come
yourself in the
with
mirror sometimes.
I try to come with statistics and everything like that. I don't listen. I don't try to fluff anything. And we got too many. We got AI. We got Chat GPT. We got Google. We gonna find the answer. We gonna get a peer reviewed source to tell us something.
Where my real FBA brothers at? That's what I want
Right
to know.
here. I'm a sister. I'm not a brother, but I'm a sister. I'm right here.
Hey,
I'm
Kels,
from
I
the
Where
just
they
rural
want
at?
South too.
Infinite, are you really an FBA brother?
I done got my badge the other day, man. Look here, they gave me a golden ticket.
Come on, man. Come
I
on.
turned in my player card. They say, "Look here, brother, you're an honorary FBA,"
No, there's
and
no honorary
I
FBA.
gladly accepted, my brother.
There's no honorary FBA, brother.
Honorary
My
FBA.
brother, is that a half savage?
There's no honorary FBA, brother. But go ahead. Go ahead. Jesus.
I have a question for Kales. Kales, do you have any people in your life that have, light color skin and you're friends with them?
No.
Okay. Would you like to make friends with? I would like to make friends with you.
Nope.
No, why not? Are you racist?
Because you came on this live very disrespectful. I was not talking to you. You put yourself in a conversation, and I directly asked the host, like the Metcalf twins should have done, asked the person in charge if they can speak directly to an individual. He told me yes, but you felt
Okay.
that
Okay.
you could come in and interject. So because of that, no,
And
we
just
would never be
interject.
friends.
All right. Okay.
FBA.
All right. So
Look
let's
here,
be
this how
clear
it go,
here.
Brittany.
Hold on.
Brittany,
Wait.
listen.
No, I would
FBA.
like to. I need to respond, please.
Go ahead. Let her respond.
So basically, Kels.
I'm finna shut it down. No, I'm
No,
gone. I'm
let her
messing around
speak,
you.
brother.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Let her speak.
So, Kels, I have many friends who have different color skin than
Good
me.
for you.
Okay. And if you're not a racist person, which I don't think you are.
I'm prejudiced. Yes, I am prejudiced. I'm not a
Okay.
racist, but I am prejudiced. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am, and I'm proud of that.
Okay. I have to tell you something. I used to get make fun of by white tea girls because I was
I
a
don't
cool
care.
girl. I know you don't. That's fine.
So why are
But,
you talking to me?
well, because I love you and I want to
I
make a
don't love you.
connection.
I don't
And
love
so-
you. I don't want a connection.
so you
Actually, I
don't.
wish we would segregate again.
So you're basically kind of like being.
I'm prejudiced. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I am
So-
prejudiced. Yes.
So you. Okay.
Yes, let me
so
shout
let's
it from
be
the
clear.
mountaintop. I am
Okay.
prejudiced. I don't
Okay.
trust white people.
Okay, so we're clear. You are not open to making a friend that someone has
No.
different color skin than you.
Let me
Absolutely. That is correct.
Okay. Hold on, Kels.
That's weird. That's fucking weird. Like, you're
Oh.
fucking weird, dude.
Brittany.
There's a lot of us out there like that. We just don't say it out loud, but there's a lot of us.
Well, a lot of people said it out loud that we're sick of racism because a lot of 13% of Black Americans and 7% of Latinos voted for Trump. Like, we are sick of this shit in America.
Good for you.
Well, good for you. You're going to be left behind if you want to be a racist bitch. I don't give a fuck.
Your mama's a bitch.
I'm gonna have to drop you if you keep cutting.
13%? No, they just didn't want to vote for Democrats. That don't mean they was down with Trump. Okay.
So let me ask
Well,
you.
you can call it what you want, but the Democrats won't win in the next election or the next.
They won't.
Tell me something that the Republicans actually run on.
They won't. But
I'm let her come in here and change the subject. We were talking about the Anthony's and the Metcalfs. Do you see how they do? They just slide right in and
They say,
change.
how do you do? Okay, you hypocrite. Like, why are you a hypocrite? She's over here crying. Oh,
Jesus Christ! Listen, if you
You
hear
never
me,
heard me cry.
if you hear me talk, shut up, please. I mean that in the most respectful way. If I gotta raise I'm a pretty calm person. If I gotta raise my voice, it's gonna be listen. I'm gonna have to start dropping people. I don't want to I'm trying to keep it clean. Now, Brittany, this is my question to you, Brittany. Okay. See, here's the thing. It seems like everybody wants us to ally with them. They want Black Americans, man, join my cause. Let's go after the small hats together, and let's go after the, whoever. Let's team up. Black and Brown Coalition. They all want LGBTQ. Let's team up, Black people. We're all being marginalized. Everybody wants us, Palestinians. Hey, man, let's team up against everybody wants us to ally with them. But I got one big question to ask you. Are you ready, Brittany? You can unmute yourself. Are you ready? Because I'm talking to you, Brittany. Are you ready for this question?
please.
This is my question.
Okay.
Do you believe that Black Americans are owed reparations?
No.
That is why we cannot be on the same squad.
Okay. So who would pay those
Doesn't
reparations?
matter. It's
The
Yes, it does.
same forces that benefited from it
The
in the
U.S.
past.
government.
I mean, were
The
you a
United States
slave?
government.
Your grandma was a slave?
So Brittany,
Who here is a slave? Okay.
See, that childish argument.
You got your answer right there. Why we can't seem to get along? Because the mindset.
Yes, you have a bad mindset.
Always
It's
does.
crazy.
You got no problem playing the small hats, the Asians and the Indians, but you got a problem playing black people.
Yeah, exactly. So
Hey, I never owned a slave in my life, so why
What
would
does
I
that
work
have to do with this
hard?
price of tea in
Well,
China?
hold on. Can I rebuttal and answer?
No, not if you're going to come with I didn't own.
hold on, because
I didn't own a slave. Why would I pay a reparation? Why would
I didn't mess with nobody in the small hat. I didn't drop a bomb in Hiroshima.
Okay, listen. We didn't do nothing to no Japanese.
And I didn't either.
Hold on, but guess
But
what?
I'm still paying for it.
Yeah, but my tax dollars paid for that. We didn't do nothing to no small hats, no Holocaust or nothing like that. But guess what? It came out of our pockets to pay.
It's still coming out
So how's it
today.
gonna, why would it come out of my pocket as an American citizen to pay reparations? That's ridiculous.
Because it came out because your pocket paid for Japanese. Your pocket.
No, it didn't. I was not
It's
born
doing it
during that
today.
time. It's a flawed fallacy.
Do you live in America?
Yes, I do.
You paid for someone
But
else.
I was not born during that
Doesn't
time when
matter.
those other people were doing those grotesque things. It's
Doesn't
wrong.
matter. Okay, what about
It
Ukraine?
does matter.
All that money sent to Ukraine. Do you agree with the money being sent to Ukraine?
No.
But you paid for it, right? Because you're part of what?
Well, I
The
voted
United
for
States.
Trump. Hold up. I
You
voted
voted-
for Trump, and he's not
But-
down with that shit.
but
Trump
doesn't
is for
matter.
the American
Doesn't matter.
people.
In the
Trump
past-
don't give a damn about
past,
color of skin.
You
Trump
still
is for
spent
American
the
people.
money
We are
already.
Hold on. Were you around when the Indians were being massacred?
I mean, I know people
Guess-
get
guess
pissed
where
off
they
and they're
live
like
on-
making
guess
fun of
where
my
they
fucking
live-
ass because
guess
I
where
am
they-
a part of
where
Choctaw
they-
Cherokee
No, you're
Nation.
not. No, you're not. You're a white
There
girl
you
from
go, you
Ireland.
little crybaby bitch.
$5 Indian. Hold on. Guess where?
Like, I get so
If they're living on the reservation today, you are paying. And whenever you try to say it's okay that everybody else gets paid and get repaired for some of their wrong, and then you feel like, well, black people just have to get over it. That's the
Well,
reason.
what are you getting over? Let me ask you a question. Please answer me honestly.
Okay.
What are you getting over specifically that was done
Let
to you?
me
And
let
I'm
me
not
handle this
talking-
one, bro.
Hold up.
Let me get this.
No. Let him answer.
Have you heard of Tulsa, Oklahoma's race riot?
Hold up. Let's
Brittany.
have the host answer.
Brittany,
How
Brittany,
specifically did people that were
But
double
when
white-
somebody else does it, it's a
Yeah.
problem.
Brittany,
Hold up.
let me
Let
say-
this
let me
man
answer
answer.
you.
I'm asking him a question. Y'all act like
See how
you
they
can't-
do? This is why I don't have white friends. This is what they do.
exactly.
They take
Hold on.
over.
Hold
They
on.
hog
Well,
the
that's what
mic.
you're doing. I'm trying to ask the host a question. Sir, I'm asking you a
gonna
question.
answer it. I heard your question. I'm going to answer it.
I didn't
I heard
finish.
your question, and I'm going to answer it, and you're going to be
Didn't
quiet.
finish the question. I did not finish the
Unmute
question, sir.
again. When I unmute you, I'm going to have to drop you because I'm going to answer your question. Now, you asked me, how does it affect me today? Because me personally, I wasn't a slave, right? But my ancestors were. Right? If I go back in my genealogy all the way to 1833, my grandfather Oliver was a slave, man. Okay? So let me explain to you how it affects me. There was something called the Homestead Act. There was something that was supposed to be given to my ancestors called 40 acres and a mule, right?
Well, I didn't get 40 acres or mule either, sir.
Hold on. But no.
You weren't supposed to.
No, exactly. You weren't supposed to. But here's what did happen.
Well,
Your family, and your
no,
ancestors.
not my family. You're assuming.
Listen,
You're being racist, sir.
No. I'm not being racist because it
Yes,
doesn't.
you are. Because you are assuming my family had something to do
No,
with
you're
slavery.
not letting me finish, ma'am. You're not. I'm not assuming anything. You're not letting me finish.
You
cutting me
did
off.
assume.
You're cutting me off, ma'am. You're cutting me off, and you're cutting off the host, and you've been very disrespectful. You're over talking. You're not listening. You have no decorum. Okay. And you've already known to be a liar because we just proved you by being a liar by pulling up the actual police report. So you have all these strikes against you, and I'm still allowing you to speak on this live here.
Thank you for doing that with your black privilege.
After all that, your
TikTok, communist, Chinese app privilege.
Go ahead and drop her.
God, how big a snowflake are you?
She's drinking. She's been drinking.
Yeah, she's been drinking.
Oh, she's so sad and pissed off.
She's been drinking. This is what
you think controlling a live is black privilege. Jesus.
The supremacists do. They get drunk and they want to come onto this podcast when they want to come over here and bother black people when they get drunk. They don't do that to their own people. They just come
just like Austin did. Just like Austin did.
And they want to bother.
Just bothering people.
But here's how it goes. Okay, before I lose my train of thought, here's how it goes, right? So I done lost my train of thought already. How about that? Okay, yeah.
Let me say it.
How did it affect me? I'll say it like this, okay? We got locked out of generational wealth. Imagine if they didn't destroy our property, if they gave us what was due. Every time they didn't take money and destroy the Freedmen's Bank. They didn't sabotage every great thing that we've done in this country. They didn't unalive our leaders like Malcolm X. Imagine if they just left black people alone and allowed them to build and continue building without any interferences. I wouldn't have to start over from scratch, ma'am. I would be equal, or probably, to be honest with you, because if the playing field was fair, black Americans would be way up at the top of the spectrum, not still at the bottom trying to climb out.
I think there's a lot of great Americans in the country, such as on YouTube, independent journalists by conservative perspective.
Ma'am, you're not listening. Everything in this country, first of all, the truest form of American patriotism is the black American, man. There's no truer patriot, truer form of patriotism, truer American than a black American, man. We built this country not only for free, but we have the long suffering to deal with the terror and the destruction that's been coming from your community since we've been here. Now, whether you know this or not, we were already here. This is our land. You're a guest. I'm not from Africa. You understand? You're not talking to somebody who's from Africa. I'm from America. And if you look at the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, it's going to tell you the true definition of an American. The true definition of an American is copper-colored races found here, European. And you are European, man. You come from a European background, ma'am. I don't come from a European background.
You don't know. You don't know my history. You're assuming.
I come from an American. Ma'am, you're not going to sit here and tell me I'm a $5. You're not going to sit here and do that because we know about.
You're not going to sit here and assume my background either.
We know about the dog.
That's wrong. That's a lie.
So where are you from, ma'am?
I live in Texas.
Okay. So where's your family from?
Well, my daddy, my grandfather came over from Britain.
There you go.
Hold up. Also, my grandmother was unalived on a train because she was a part of Cherokee Choctaw Indian. So,
So are you my complexion, ma'am, or are you light skinned?
Doesn't matter the color of skin.
Yes, it does matter. This is exactly what we're saying, dear.
That's why I got to meet you up, man, because again, I'm telling you that the definition of an American is coppered colored. If you're not anywhere close to coppered colored, you are not indigenous to this land. And if you're looking more YT, you're not truly an American. Let's keep it a buck. You're not truly the red natives. Those are Serbian Slavs mixed in with probably a lot of them are Hispanic, because if we pull their DNA and it says where they're indigenous to, it doesn't say to the United States. It says somewhere they're Mexican Indian or something. They're somewhere over in the
Can I
Yucatan.
ask?
There's
Can
too
I
much
ask you a
information for her,
question?
man.
Can
I
I
tell
ask
you
you a
right now, that's too
question?
much for her.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think it would be better if America just stopped looking at color of skin and looking at character within?
Not until it pays what it's owed.
Yes, yes. Only after they repair what they did to my people. Only after. And then we can kumbaya it up. Then y'all can use as many N words as y'all want to.
Okay.
Then we can all be family.
Well, I'm not the one. I'm not going to use the N word. So, what would that look
We
like?
need reparations.
And how could we resonate with this?
Reparations.
How can we
That would look like paying every black person in America
even the people
above the medium upper income or
Sounds
upper
like
middle class level as a standard base of pay.
Hold on. Let me say this. Not every black person, only the ones that are from the lineage, who have connection to.
Thank you, brother. I forgot that part. Foundational black Americans.
Black Americans only, not the African Americans.
Oh, hell no.
Not Jamaicans, not Africans, not Dominicans, none of them.
We can trace our lineage back to the 1870 census.
You can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census. Y'all need to cut the check, and then we can have our cool. Then y'all can really be invited to the cookout. Until then, everybody, the cookout. There's no more cookouts. There's no.
Well,
more.
I've been to so many cookouts, and
there's no more. There's no more.
How about this? There's something different. There is something different. I've been to so many cookouts where I grew up in Texas. Like there were some YT people, there were some little rich asshole bitches, and they were rude to me and my dark color skinned sisters. They took up for me, and so I don't understand where this is coming from because.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
You're out of touch. You're out of touch with what's going on in anybody else's community that's not yours. That's why you don't understand. You're out of touch.
Do you think that Carmelo is innocent, Kels?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, how do you know that without really investigating all the
Because
facts?
I know the history of this country.
So you're assuming.
No, you're assuming he's guilty, ma'am, and we have something called.
I'm not assuming he's guilty.
Yes, you have.
We have something called.
Yes, you have. Your position has been that he was wrong.
Right.
That's been your very position from the beginning.
How about this? Let's go back. Carmelo was at a track meet, and Carmelo opened his backpack and said,
that now you're saying he's guilty again.
Well, no, I'm talking about the facts of the police report.
Oh, yeah.
Carmelo opened his bag, he put his hand in the bag.
And again, you're ignoring the fact that they touched him and grabbed him.
Well, you're ignoring the fact he said with provocation, touch me and find out. And Austin
and that's why
and
I know
they touched him, and then later they grabbed him.
No, that's exactly why we know, Brittany, that you are out of touch with any other community except for yours, because in our community there's a thing called AAVE.
There's no such thing.
And when he said they touched me, that is our way. That is our language of saying he put his hands on me. He assaulted me. We don't talk like you guys. We don't talk like you people.
Okay, when you say we don't talk like you people, what are you speaking about, Kels?
White people.
Okay, that's the problem that we need to get over.
That's not a problem. You're the problem. That's not a problem. You are.
So
people like you are the problem.
Okay, Kels, do you think that every human being that has a lighter color skin...
Stop asking me questions. Stop asking me questions.
Well,
Stop. I am not giving you out any information that you can look up for yourself.
A statement.
Put that bottle down, put that drink down, and go look it up for yourself.
We gotta move on, man. We're not gonna sit here and go back and forth with you all night. I think we've entertained you
It's
enough.
because, yes, thank you for having me up. The thing is, look, I will fight for any human in this world, and I'm sick and tired of people just assuming, based off the color of my skin, that I'm an evil human. That's wrong. That is so wrong for people to think.
It's no more wrong than you to believe a person is guilty before they're proven guilty.
I am not. I said allegedly in my explanations.
Due process in this country.
I said allegedly because I know in America all humans are innocent.
Let me ask you this, Brittany. Given the amount of time that this particular subject has been online and active, do you really think that there's anywhere that Carmelo could go and find an unbiased jury?
Yes.
Where?
Oh.
Well, I mean,
you must be drinking dark liquor tonight.
Oh yeah, she right. She
off that Jack Daniels.
You know what? I reneged my statement. I'll take it back. How about that?
Straight no chaser.
Because there's a lot of people in this country who think just because their skin color is dark, he's innocent. And just because some people's skin color is light, he's guilty. We need to look at all the facts of the case. The thing is, it's always innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm going to say this again, dear. Given the amount of publicity that this case has received, do you think that you could find an unbiased jury?
Jesus Christ.
You can find 12 cats that ain't got no opinion about this?
Where is the twin Hodges brothers on YouTube? Please, y'all go follow them at when I need them.
That's not going to happen here.
Why would we
That's
follow
not going to happen here in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Thank you. That's why she's out of touch.
They are traitors to FBA, sister. Let me tell you this right now so that you understand. They are traitors to FBA.
We got to bid you a good night, man.
They are on the outside of the reservation and got no chance of getting back in.
That's exactly why
that Jim Beam had her off her rockers.
Right. That's exactly why we have to delineate. That's exactly why we got to call out Sambos and Tethers. They are the reason that these they are the ones reinforcing white supremacy. When you have black faces to talk and thinking, well, the twin brothers said this, and Candace Owens said this, and
was she listening? She listening to 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and ignoring when he called out Jason Whitlock and telling Jason Whitlock he a coon and a sellout. She ignored that part of 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Okay.
Jason Whitlock, exactly. As long as we got these Jason Whitlock, these people in brown and our color, speaking up like they're one of us, and using white supremacy talking points, we're always going to have women. We're always going to have white people who believe that nonsense because they're looking for someone outside of them to reinforce what they already feel.
Speaking of, let me add this. I didn't want to try and get this guy no kind of clout or vision, or because I'm assuming he just chasing, publicity. But when they had that rally in Frisco, and that boy, I'm a black guy here, man. You're being weak.
Black guy here, you're being weak, sir.
You're being what the
alert?
Can I comment on that?
Please.
Alert.
So do you guys think that maybe his dad, I call him Big Daddy Metcalf because of his criminal record, but do you all think that maybe there was a conversation and there was some N-words popped here and there, and dad is trying to get ahead of that to make it seem as if, we're not racist, and let me go off on MAGA so that people will think that we're not, so that when this comes out, they'll hear me they'll have record of me saying that I don't stand with you guys.
Bingo.
I put nothing. I will say it like this. I listen to the new black media, and some of the cats that I've listened to, and like Neely Fuller has said,
He hit the nail
it
right.
is the dominant society's position to control both sides of the narrative.
Listen. His counsel told him to show up at the Carmelo Anthony rally. He didn't show up on his own accord. Not as a concerned father. He showed up because he's getting counsel to do that. Because for them, that's a win. When they removed him up out of there, to them, they look at that like a win. Now, for this guy to do their rally, see, let me tell you what this YT do. I don't even know his name. The one on top of the mobile home that I was talking about. It's all out. They're all there. It's black on white, man, and we got to stop the black on white.
Yeah, Jake, whatever his name. Yeah.
Right. Listen, nobody takes him seriously, and they know that, but they're using him. They're using him as a prop to sound the alarm for on the fence YT people, moderate. Right? He's there as a messenger to say, hey, we're losing power. If we don't get this one, we might not ever see our privilege come back again. So again, I remember telling you, YT people, they are missing out. They're concerned about their white privilege being taken from them. They're concerned about that advantage that they have in the court being taken from them.
See, my position when it comes to the courts, Mitch McConnell has already rocked that into place for the next 50 years.
That's what they're concerned about. So the father was put up to that to say, hey, we need to disavow white supremacy because it's going to make our case look stronger. So when we do convict them, it doesn't look like we're right. Because this is a weakness in white people. They never want to look like they're racist. They want to be racist. They want to speak racist, but they don't ever want to be called out on it. That's something they don't want nothing to do with that. So they have to disavow it, just for their own conscience and for the opticals looking at them. For the opticals.
That's just what she was doing. No matter what, Carmelo did something wrong. He reached in the bag.
Yeah.
He reached in the bag.
Listen, we all and that's again, they keep saying, oh, we're all Americans and we're gonna join together as one. No, we can't until you get this thing right. If you don't do right by us, we can't even join with you in anything. You're no longer invited to the cookout. We're putting up a fence around our community. You know, we can be cool, but we're not going to be cool like we used to be because it doesn't make sense for you to have one ideology and me to have another ideology, and then we pretend like we're all friends and kumbaya. Because one thing I love about Black Americans, we're not fake like that. We don't have that. We don't have that much fakeness in us. They can smile in your face, but we really not gonna be the ones that smile in your face. We gonna be the ones that call it out. That's who we are. And I know me personally, I can't be fake. I can't do it. I'm not gonna 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗂𝗂𝘁 and then nothing to 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗂𝗂𝘁 about. You know, I run me that money, repair my people, and then we can 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗂𝗂𝘁 all you want.
And I can't. I'm 50 years old. I cannot ever remember a time. And I grew up in the 90s, meaning I graduated high school in the 90s. I graduated college in the 90s. I'm a 90s girl. I can never remember a time in my 50 years of living that unifying with any group in America has ever benefited Black people.
It hasn't.
No, the idea is that they're riding on our coattails and they're using our struggle to move themselves and their agendas forward. I mean, I can only say it like this. At one point in time, you didn't really hear about Team Alphabet on the Republican side. And then suddenly we had these log cabin Republicans. And then these log cabin Republicans had political power and a voice and a stance and representatives who had no problem espousing their beliefs and positions. And suddenly comes this president that says, okay, we're going to allow, these marriages to happen. and he just happens to be quote unquote black.
Not
Hold on,
black. He is
let
not
me say
black.
this real quick.
That's why I said quote unquote. Okay.
Let me
America
put
has
the
never
gold in
had a
real
black
quick.
president. Let's make that clear.
They
Yeah,
never had.
Obama wasn't black. So let me tell you. Let me speak to Golden. Oh, you wake up. You're a pawn in the hands of globalists, communists. What they want is divide and conquer. Listen, brother. We're not on. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're not on the same team. When y'all hold up Daniel Penny, when y'all uphold the system of injustice called white supremacy, when y'all want to make sure that it's not really a meritocracy and it's not fair and there's no due process when it comes to melanated black people, copper colored people, when it comes to us, y'all want to make sure we're at the bottom. We're divided. And now we're going to show you how divided we are because no longer are we going to participate in what you guys are doing. You guys can go do all the Mayo marches y'all want, and we're going to be sitting right here at home. You can march for Palestine. You can march for Israel. We don't care. You can march for LGBTQ. We don't care. You can march for Hispanics. We don't care. You can march for immigration. We don't
You march
care.
for women.
You can march for whoever, however you want. You can hold a feminist rally. We are sitting it out because
We'll be at the rodeo with our fans.
yeah,
See that? Say it again.
listen, black men always gonna love black women, and black women are always gonna love black men. At the end of the day,
Always.
so we're not worried about none of that stuff that y'all got going outside of y'all. We're gonna sit at home and we're gonna let y'all fight it out amongst each other. You're gonna have to handle the small hats by yourself because we're sitting that one out also. So don't call us for nothing. We're gonna continue to
I
have
don't
our
care.
little
I
line
don't care if
dances.
I hear my neighbor beating his wife's head between the washing machine and the dryer. I'm minding my business.
Man, listen, we gonna
Don't call me unless you
you know
got
what
that
we're
check.
gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be having our line dances. We're gonna be having a good time with our people, doing business with our people, treating our people with a black privilege. That's what we're gonna have fun doing while y'all are doing everything else. We're gonna get on lineage business. We're gonna collectively use our votes to our advantage, to our policies for our lineage, and we're gonna let y'all do what y'all do. And guess what? We're gonna kick y'all out of hip hop. We're gonna kick y'all. We're even gonna kick y'all out of country because y'all don't belong in all of these genres of music. We're gonna take back because we invented them all. We're
And we're
gonna,
gonna poke you. And we're gonna poke you if you assault us.
man,
Absolutely.
we're gonna stand our ground anytime y'all step to us the wrong way.
By any means necessary.
So that's what we're gonna do, and at least we're telling you what we're gonna do. You know, we're not lying. We just gonna tell you. Listen, we mind our business, and we want you to do the same. All non-FBAs. I don't care if you're. Like I said, I have nothing against Africans, Caribbeans, nothing against nobody. I'm just saying, listen, y'all gotta mind y'all business. Don't get in our business, and we gonna get in your business. We gonna keep it all separate from here on out. We're gonna when it comes time to divvy everything up, we want ours separate from yours. We don't want yours and ours at the same. No, no, no. Yours is for you. Ours is for ours. We're gonna take our ball and we're gonna go home, and you're gonna take your ball and you're gonna go to your house. And that's how we're doing things from here on out. Because here's what we do know. We already see the marches right now, and y'all missing one element that y'all used to having all the time, and that's us. We're not there. When you see Palestinians march for Palestinians, you might see a sprinkle of black people, but you're no longer going to see a force behind them because we are the force. We are without the secret sauce, which is us. Nothing's going to pop off for y'all, and we know it, and we're going to make sure y'all know
In the words of
it.
Strom Thurmond, segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever.
Until y'all do right by black Americans, we're out. And you can call us racist. Listen, we don't have no power over y'all to be racist. We can
See, that's the other thing that gets me. They want to change the definition and equate racism and prejudice and make them equal.
Have to deal with preference. I prefer this.
Well, prejudice, you prejudging. I got no problem with that. Racism is a power that is involved. Period. Case closed.
That's it. That's all it is.
Racism is systemic. Prejudice is an opinion. And I am the first to admit I am prejudiced. If I saw two twins that were 245 pounds, I would automatically, in my head, especially those boys, my mind would automatically go to SA. I would feel like they were going to try to jump on me and take my goodies. I'm sorry. I just don't trust them. And they make me feel uncomfortable. And we know that they lead the statistics in this country in that area. So why wouldn't I be prejudiced?
Right. Here's a quick thought. Did the other brother get tested for drugs in his system during that time?
I don't know.
Because, they was twins, so I'm kind of trying to figure out how did one twin have it, but the other twin didn't.
They probably both were. But the toxicology showed up on his end that there's some mileage.
I'm saying they only tested one is my point.
Mm-hmm. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, they only tested one.
Have y'all seen that, though? Not to refute what you're saying, but have y'all seen that? I've been looking for that toxicology report. I can't find it.
I've heard it several times, but what I have not heard is anyone say it wasn't true.
Hold on, let's pull it up right now. Let's pull it up right now.
I just don't understand why they have this issue. I had an issue at work a couple of years ago, and this guy just had this thing with touching my hair. And yeah, of course, you know what he looked like. So one day I turned around in my seat and I knocked the shit out of it. Like I had enough. Don't touch me. And for some reason, he could not understand why I was making such a big deal of being touched. He just did not understand.
Because I'm just supposed to be able to do what I want to do when I want to do it, whenever I want to do it. And you saying no, or you having a problem with that, is a problem for me.
I mean, he was like, "Oh, it's no big deal. You're just doing too much. You just touched my body. I didn't ask you to." And everybody knows the cardinal rule is never to touch a black woman's hair. Are you crazy?
Yes, absolutely. Why else would they do it? You just made the statement. You know, everyone knows not to do this, but then you go against the known rule. You're crazy.
All right,
they need to be studied. They need to be studied. I think it's a genetic mutation.
We got 2 people up on the panel, or we got 1 person now on the panel. Let's let everybody else speak. Who's there? Who's at the bottom? I can't read your name down there.
Organizing. Organizing, you have a statement you'd like to make? I'm guessing that's a no. And or you're good with where we're at.
Well, I have a question until he or she gets back. What were the Metcalf twins even on the athletic roster? And what was their event?
They were football players. And they were just showing up for support. That's
right. That is our belief, that they were just there for moral support for their team. I got no problem with that. You know, players in other sports will come and support other teammates. I have no problem.
I understand that, but if you're not a participant, then what gives you the authority to ask someone who is a participant to move?
Yeah, that's when they went too far. Again, the idea is you are literally going up to someone and trying to impose your position on them. And then when they have a problem with you imposing your position on them, you have now taken umbrage with their actions. No. Keep your hand parts over in your little space. Say what you want to say. But don't touch me.
Austin
And
could have been
they
home
broke that
right
rule.
now with his parents if he would have just kept his hands to himself. It's just that simple. And why have we not seen the mom and dad together on any interviews? Is there some beef there?
They're not married.
I know, but neither was Ahmad Marbury. I may be saying his name. Ahmad's parents, but
No,
they were
my
together.
belief is that there
Trayvon
is some
Martin's
beef
parents
between
were
them.
together.
And
Matter of
My
fact,
belief
I
is
was
that
told
there
that
is some
that
beef
essay that
between the
he
parents.
had,
and they got two different.
from what I understand, yeah, all four of them. And from what I understand, that essay that we keep reading about was in their divorce decree. So it was done. He did that to her.
Well, that would definitely explain the tension and or the space between them. So the idea,
Because
I'll
I've
go
seen
ahead,
on
sister.
different lives that one twin lived with one parent most of the time, one twin lived with the other. I mean, of course they were together often, but it was hopping, a lot of hopping around. But I just find it curious that I've not seen the two parents together at all. Matter of fact, I haven't even seen Hunter with his dad yet. I may be wrong, maybe I missed it, but I don't recall that. And did you all notice how Hunter was shushing his mom
I didn't see that.
during
That
the interview
does
that
not.
he and his the
Oh,
interview
I
that
actually
he
had
and
heard it was more the opposite. When he started talking too much, she shut him down because she
Well, I
realized
didn't notice that
he was
because
giving too much away that he shouldn't have been giving away.
I did
That's
notice
how I
him though.
eventually hear that.
I'm gonna watch it again. I didn't notice her, but I did notice him because, of course, he's a child, and what child can tell their parents to be quiet?
Well, when I look at that
Well, not in
community,
our community anyway.
right, when I look at that community, I see their children doing things our children would never
I
do.
just did some research. I stand corrected. The toxicology report is fake. They have a toxicology. The toxicology report that's going around came from X, and it came out 2 days after the incident. And it takes, they said, 6 to 8 weeks for a toxicology report to come out. So
Okay, because I've been looking for it.
no,
Because I've heard all sorts of things. He had a heart murmur.
That don't make no sense to me. I've gone to a temp agency or two a time in my lifetime. It ain't took no 6 weeks to come back with a toxicology report.
That's what Grok is saying.
I'm just saying the idea that they couldn't have that information in a shorter time frame doesn't make sense.
And
That's just not no.
I hear you, but on
Particularly
Google,
given our scientific advances today, no.
yeah, on Google and everything else that I've been seeing, have been saying that it's fake, and then they showed the fake one, and they're saying even on the fake one that it's not the real one. So I'm just saying, I don't know where. Matter of fact, it was a black lady that broke it. I don't know where she got that information. She could have made it or something. Organizing, are you there? Organizing, are you there?
You sleep or you just eating chips?
All right, I'm about to drop you. So yeah, that was fake. So I stand corrected on that. But here's the beautiful thing about it: everything can be looked up in real time. We don't have to waste time. We can just look it up. We have too much access to information, so we can look things up and find it. All right, I don't know this person. Let's bring them up and see what they got to say.
Hi, so I had a question. How did you feel about the Asian woman allowing the vampires inside?
Okay, good. Thank you. Somebody going back to the topic.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, I didn't like that.
Told you they need to be studied, y'all.
Yeah, I didn't like that because when she made that, when she invited them vampires inside, that's what popped it all off, and she did that in a selfish manner because her husband was turned into one.
Okay, I gotta take this out. La 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 la.
I didn't like that.
Yes, I do understand it, but I've also really watched the movie. I watched the movie 4 times already since it's been out.
You watched it 4 times? Okay.
Every time I watch it, I really do understand her point of view because, again, her husband, all the vampires shared the memory. Everybody who he turned into a vampire had the same memory. He could go to their memories. The only reason that when she let them in, she went exactly for her husband and took herself out when, they died, is so she couldn't get her daughter. A lot of people do hate her for that. But y'all wouldn't, imagine if your child was put into a place. And then she did kind of save the town because if these vampires, if the sun did come up, they would have to find somewhere else to go. And who else would let them in? Their family. Then their family would have turned into vampires and, it would have kept spreading. Okay, so I do understand where she came from with that.
That's a good way of looking at it. But also, it could be looked at as, kamikaze. She was trying to, and she endangered everybody's life there because were they really prepared for that onslaught at that time? No, but they could have had more time to prepare, right? They could have had more time. And again, in the daytime, those animals are at their weakest. Those animals or those vampires are at their weakest, so they might not have done as much damage. But it made for a good show that she did do what she did because I like the ending.
I did like when Smoke tried to cover up her mouth and she bit him. It was kind of like a reference of her biting the hand that fed her. So I did really like that. So
there you go. I think I gotta watch. I only watched it one time. I want to. This is the movie that I could watch just like you said 4 times. I could watch this movie 4 times and still be interested and want to watch it again because there's something new that you're going to catch that you missed. There's so much symbolism in this movie. If you haven't seen the movie Sinners, it's worth it. It's worth the $32 at the box office for you and your special someone or you and your homegirl or homeboy. It's worth it. Go to it, check it out, put your feet up on the reclining chairs, chill out, get you some popcorn, and try not to leave. Just sit there through the whole thing. I think it's like an hour and 45 minutes, something like that. I'm not
2
sure.
hours.
It's 2 hours? Okay, it's 2 hours. Sit there through the whole thing, man. And even stay till after the credits and watch the end.
So another question is, do you remember when Annie was killed and Mary and Stack were like screaming like, no, Annie, that stuff?
Yeah.
How did you feel about that? What did you think that meant?
Annie was the hoodoo, right?
The hoodoo black woman.
Yeah, the hoodoo, yeah. When they were screaming when Annie was getting killed, I mean, I looked at that as he had to do what he had to do. He promised her that he wasn't going to let her turn, or he was going to unalive her before she turned, and he did that. And she put her life in danger. She was, Annie.
But I'm talking about when Vampire Mary and Stack, when they were screaming as if like they weren't trying to kill them. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Okay. Oh, I missed that, but it kind of make more sense now at the end.
Yes.
It kind of, I see. That's when you got to watch it. I missed that. I didn't see that they were not trying to see. So
it's okay. Please, not too much. Not too much. I dipped away and I let you go, but please don't give too much of it away.
Okay, I'll just say this. Now the end makes a lot more sense and what happened because I did see that struggle between him and his brother. And you can tell it was more like, man, listen, I don't want to do this by myself. I don't want to do this without you. And that's kind of how I saw it. I don't want to do this without you.
I'm sorry to change the subject really quick, but have we found out what was found in Austin's pockets during the autopsy? Like, did he have any? We haven't heard that. Okay.
I mean, I read the whole police report, and it didn't say he had anything in his pockets.
I would say it happened so quick.
Yeah,
that
but he may have had something too, because they said that he was putting he was there to help put the tent up. They were there to help put the tent up, and you normally don't put a tent up without some type of something that can be used
tool.
as a weapon. Yeah.
What's up, Sweet Wolf? What's up, Wolfie?
Hey, Wolfie.
Hey,
Hey,
Wolf.
I'm up.
baby.
I just rolled up. Give me a second.
Wolfie, I've been waiting on you to do another chord.
Oh man. Now, Wolfie, I need you to change your voice again. I need you to go back to the album.
Let her get a drink of water. Okay. She said she
Just don't be
just
up here
woke up.
drinking like Brittany
Let-
was.
I can deal with her drinking and the bullets that she go fire when she drinking.
I know cousin doesn't want me to spoil it, but y'all just gotta go see this movie. There's so many Easter eggs in this movie. Like I said, what she just reminded me of that one part when Annie was getting ate up. I missed that part. So I'm telling you, I want to go back and watch this thing on Sunday. I'm probably gonna go back again on Sunday and watch it again. I'm gonna probably watch it twice. It's really,
You're right. It's like Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance. You're gonna have to watch it a few times
you have to
before
watch
you
it
get it all.
to get all the cultural references out of it. You're gonna have to get all the symbolism and all the double meaning that's happening in this movie, man. It's a movie for foundational Black Americans by foundational Black Americans.
And that's what Ryan
Monday and
Coogler
Fridays is kind of
said.
workflow days, making sure
Sorry
all
about
the
that.
processes
Sorry
are
about
moving
that. Sorry about that.
correctly,
Sorry about
and
that.
then
Yeah, hey, I like, and did you notice that in his interview he mentioned foundational Black Americans? That brother, I mean, they're what
He said that the twins are foundational Black Americans.
Yes, they're what. Listen, the grassroots.
They listening to us.
Is speaking loud. We loud out here.
Our Father which joined in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Which scripture? That one, DJ? So, which scripture did Sammy Father make him read? The Lord's Prayer?
Yeah,
That was what he was reading at the end. Him and
did you see the movie Wolfie?
yes, and I can't believe, cousin, you haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it yet. Listen, you got
We're
nothing.
not able to talk about it.
I'm in a transitional phase right now, and it ain't is it anyway. So some things have fallen by the wayside. Is the best way I can say that.
I understand. I'm gonna talk to you in DM.
There you go.
Man, that movie,
It's good.
This movie was so good, y'all. I mean, this is definitely one that you need to have when it comes.
You need a day out. We got some Linux fun. We can sponsor you, cousin, for you to go see the movie.
Man, if we got to put up some. If I got to,
It's about where I'm at and where it's available.
Okay.
It's not available out there in Detroit.
I ain't in Detroit.
I thought you were in Detroit.
I'm outside of Detroit, bro. Okay, there is a difference.
From Detroit?
Yes, originally, yes, I am from Detroit.
Really?
Absolutely.
My dad is from Detroit.
East or west?
Brother, we go.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Ask you, because I can only tell you like this, sister, to be honest, when it comes to Detroit. You got cats on the east side who have lived their entire lives on the east side of Detroit and have never stepped foot on the west side of Detroit. And you have cats on the west side who have lived their entire lives on the west side who have never set foot on the east side of Detroit.
He said descendant. People be want to hear so much that we're Africans. No, he said we're foundational Black. We're descendant. What is wrong with people with the word descendant? We're not African. We come from a African or some.
We from
I
America.
say it again. My position, most of them 40 years old to 60 years old. And that's generally probably going to be around their oldest age because of all the conflicts that have occurred on the continent. So they really just don't know the histories that we've had, that we've already studied growing up. They don't understand that we've been watching the continent and looking for another Muammar, watching Ibrahim Traore, watching Julius Malema, and saying, we got y'all. If y'all go do right, we got you. If you ain't go do right, kick rocks.
That's why you have to go see the movie.
Let me ask y'all about this. What do y'all think about Shannon Sharp?
See, I just seen the little girl come down my For You page. This is the thing. Sometimes, and I'm going to just put myself in Monique's footsteps too. Sometimes us women that has Monique personality will see stuff and tell you the truth straight up, and you'll be like, that bitch crazy. You know? She told him to not go down that road. Monique, the comedian.
Oh, really? So she saw. Well, you know what?
No,
Listen,
she's not the only one. Everybody told me, man, get you a cougar and sit your butt down.
Don't lead on. She said lead. I mean, you know she funny, so she said lead on white women alone.
I'm happy for him. I think he's right where he needs to be.
He's 19 years old.
That's what he gets.
She going for the bag. That's my opinion. Tell you the honest to God truth. She going for the bag. And if the man, if the man could do a Shaq move, and I'm sorry to say it like this, and can pay her off and kick her into the back pocket and never see her again, pay that trick off and let her go.
At 19, that's when women was putting slashing tires and putting candy in your tank. She escalated to $50 million.
Listen,
You bet in the kiddie pool.
She will be more than happy with $5 million. Let her sit on that $5 million.
He was trying to give her $10 million. She said no, cuz, and she said no.
And then you gonna say no to 10. I'm dropping it down to 4.
Listen, no.
Somebody in her ear.
She started out saying $25K a cheek, so she wanted $50K in the beginning.
Right.
He knew if he paid her that $50K, she was gonna come back and ask for some more. So he said, "Nah, I ain't
go. If I do 10 times that $50K, what's that?
500,000.
I ain't got no sympathy for Shannon Sharp. No sympathy for Shannon
None.
Sharp.
I mean, listen.
None.
I'm happy for him.
You know what? Pay at the hole. I'm sorry to say it. That's what my man said. Pay at the hole.
You look at the numbers. Look at the numbers of the NFL players and all of them, and look at the pictures of their wives. So when they get caught up, I ain't got no problem. I love my man Jalen Hurts because he married his black girlfriend just recently. He married his black sister. You know what I'm saying? And I'm tired of seeing every time I turn around on the camera, these brothers standing up there with their snow bunnies after they didn't won a game or whatever and all that stuff. And that seems like that's all they want when they reach a certain level. And I'm like, why is it our sisters not good to marry, but we always ready to jump into bed with them? Why are they not good to lock down?
Because everybody's pro-black except for in the bedroom.
And 1, 2, and I will also not that I'm taking up for him in any way. Okay, let me make that shit perfectly clear. But when they get to certain levels, the idea of a quality black woman being in the atmosphere and the circles that they're now running in, they tend to thin out. I'm on the golf course. No, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm on the golf course doing what I'm doing. How many beautiful black women am I gonna see on the golf course?
NFL? We talking about NFL.
I'm saying when they off time and they doing what they doing in they off time. I'm golfing. I'm running over here.
I can address that.
I'm saying they're just not seeing a lot of. Now I ain't saying they ain't seeing none. I'm just saying they're not seeing a lot of.
Well, I'll tell
generational
you
wealth from our sisters. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Cousin, I'll tell you this. I went to an HBCU. Oh, me? Okay.
Real quick. Let's hear from Monique real quick.
Look, he went to go look it up. You didn't know that too much?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Because it's different now. Than when you and I.
It's different, baby. I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
Are you trying to say that? What you trying to say?
I'm looking right at you.
I know you looking up your
ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn, whoa.
Now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what shit Shannon need.
Let me see my
Let me
life.
tell you what my baby need. He need him an old fat gal who can make good chicken wings. We're gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon needs. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl.
I know.
This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can suck you old. Trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. When they want you to go for the 4th round, you looking at her like, bitch, listen, I need you want some money to go to Starbucks?
Yeah,
because I can't go no further. But if you get your older girl, when you get to that 4th round, she's gonna say, hold on. Let me go get you some eggs and cheese. And some toast with apple butter, because that's gonna get your energy back up. I'm talking right to you. Shit.
Somebody need to play that interview back for him.
Cat Williams said this a similar thing to him in his interview.
Now, Miss Elladora told me to
Your hard head make a soft ass.
I'm lucky his ass ain't got handcuffs on right now with the climate of everything going on. He lucky he ain't in handcuffs.
And
Have we learned
Shannon,
nothing from O.J. Simpson? Have we learned nothing from O.J.?
Shannon Sharp is an old country boy, I think, from Georgia. He went to an HBCU. This man knows that these women would never give him the time of day if he clocked in at the plant every day.
Exactly.
But
Look
you
at
know,
his,
I
I'm
was
saying,
saying
if he
earlier,
wasn't an NFL
it's
player,
mighty funny that when they go to when it's white tee football player and he go to HBCU, he has a black wife.
So let's talk about.
Y'all never talk about the NFL players with the black wives. There's the others.
I wanna have a mature conversation with my sisters. Let's talk about it.
What you want to talk about?
Why do you think that black men, when they become successful, especially in the sports and entertainment arena, what is it with them grabbing on these YT women and not gravitating to our black women, our black sisters?
I don't see it that way because
A lack of discipline.
I mean, shoot, I'm gonna just have to show pictures one day, not today. I'm still tired. But the black NFL players, the black athletes, and remind you, I'm from Houston. They married to black women. When we go,
Hold on, we can't. You gotta use TikTok friendly words. I hope I didn't hear what I thought I heard. You gotta use TikTok friendly words.
I hope that wasn't that.
I hope you didn't use that word on here, because they will take you down. And you sound a little faint too.
Recording.
Get onto the camera. Get closer to the mic if you're gonna speak.
but I think the ones that go to PWIs, and look at Shannon, he wore tight pants. Anyway, they date the white tea women. I think it's what you're around.
Right.
I think it has a lot to do with forbidden fruit. That's actually what I really think
I'll
it is.
tell you guys, I went to an HBCU, and there was a PWI about 6 miles down the road from us. You go where, if you want something, you go where it is. Those brothers at the PWI were always at our parties because they wanted black women. So if these men really wanted black women, they would go where the black women are.
But
If I went to an all-girls
they married
school,
to black
I
women.
would try to find boys wherever I could. I would leave campus and try to. If I went to Spelman, I'd be across the street at Morehouse because I like men. Like, you can't make me like girls. I like men, so that's where I'm gonna go. So they would go if they would find what they wanted if that's what they wanted, but they don't want that, and that's fine.
I think that them girls in college, they are hunting these young brothers when they see that they got significant skills.
Yep.
And they know they're being
put
hunted.
themselves in a position where they are going to be more than willing to do whatever, whenever, however, during that time of that young man's life.
And they're athletes. Nobody ever tells an athlete no.
And I think
I know they are not
These
victims.
athletes are not victims. They know they know they're being hunted. They know they're being hunted. They know they're on the cover of ESPN magazine. They know they're being talked about on ESPN. Let me tell you something.
Right.
Women follow sports like men follow sports, and they know who the top players are. They know who the top people, the people that are being talked about. So people are hunting. Yeah, they're always out there looking. That's what they do.
And this is what else
If your name is being whispered, they're going to
noticed.
go after you.
Right, and this is what else I noticed. Okay, those women are ready to compete for men. Those white women, those Asian women, they are ready to compete and play the cutthroat game. And our sisters is not trying to do that.
I'm not competing with no other woman. I am me.
Right. That's
You
what
know,
I'm
it's
saying.
the same, but this
what
is
I'm
You don't understand what he
some
mean
of
when he
us,
say
because
competing,
not all
sister.
black
That's how I
men
was.
do.
That's how I would
That's
phrase that.
exactly what I'm saying.
Break it down.
Our
Break it down
sisters
for her.
are not
No,
trying
I'm
to
just saying that other men of other
Break it.
races hit on black American women all day,
all
and
the
the
time.
word is just no thank you and a
All the
smile walk
time.
away.
All the time. But we know our sisters don't really want them. Let's keep it a buck. They don't really want
We
them.
don't, because we have black men that want
Date
us.
them. They'll try them, but they don't really want them. But the women from the other races, they are already geared to compete for men. And when they see
They playing cutthroat.
especially a successful black man, they are playing cutthroat. They're gonna do whatever it takes. And again, like my sister said, our men are not disciplined, because if you got easy accent over here and you got enigma over here that you can't really crack, and she's not gonna bow down to everything that you're saying, but this one's gonna be like, whatever you want, I'm gonna give it to you. Now that don't mean they're not gonna switch up and change later.
But it's the wording you're
That
using.
don't mean
You have one person that's gonna ride for you loyalty, and you have another person who's playing the game to get your money.
Direct. Everybody know what I mean. I shouldn't have to tell
Choose
you what I
wisely.
mean. I speak direct. So I'm being very direct in what I'm saying. So these women, they're willing to play cutthroat. They're put it this way. They don't care if you their friend or not. If they want your man and you're their friend and they may be with you, they're willing to throw you under the bus.
Okay, so now it sounds like you
But
trying to
it's the
play.
point.
It sounds like
Because this is the thing. If it's a
I have
young
not
lady
had a chance to
listening,
talk all night.
Don't cut me off.
I have not had a chance to talk, but I'm going to ask you a
Hold
particular
on, let
question.
me finish. Don't
Okay,
cut me off.
so
Let me
go
finish. I'm
ahead
gonna give
now.
everybody a chance to speak. I'm giving my 2 cents. I let y'all give y'all 2 cents. Let me give mine.
No, I have not had no
Don't
2
care.
cents. I
I'm
have not
gonna bring
even
you back
talked.
up, ma'am. I'm gonna let you speak, okay? But again, these women, they don't care if you're their friend or not. If they want that man, they're gonna do whatever it takes to get that man. That means if they gotta snitch on you, if they gotta make up some stuff about you, if they gotta if they find out what you're doing, they're gonna try to do just a little bit more. But once they get what they want, and it all comes down to the money at the end of the day, they're gonna.
I don't like that. I don't like what you're saying, is because for the simple fact is this: it's not always like that with women. And I don't know what you trying to propaganda to these women, but it's not like that, okay?
So you're saying that these YT women,
Can I get a chance to speak? I did not even. I was quiet.
Go ahead,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'll be
Let her
quiet
get her
again.
words in, bro.
Quiet
Let her get her
again.
words in.
Go ahead, ma'am. I don't mind. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. I can handle it. Go ahead.
oh, you're gonna handle once she finishes her talk.
Okay, and so therefore, what I'm trying to say is this: what you're trying to say is that you're the prize, and we are underneath you as the prize. That is not the truth. Let me tell you something, okay?
We the hungry African.
I'm gonna use your logic to show you what I mean.
Okay, so people can't handle people's top, okay? That's what I realized. Everybody like to interrupt grown folks. Are you grown? Grown folks
I'm the host.
talk. Let a grown
Don't get
folks
what's
talk.
your name, sweetheart? Don't let him trigger
ma'am,
you.
I'm the host.
Just go for what he say.
Yeah,
I know
I'm
what
the
he
host.
say might be a
Go
little
for what you
triggering.
know. Go for
Man,
what you
I'm the
know.
host.
Basically, that's
No,
what
no,
you
no,
say.
no. Go. Don't
Deliver
take
your
no.
message, sweetie. Deliver your message.
Yeah, deliver your
Okay, so
message,
what I'm trying
but
to
don't
say,
talk
okay, so
about
what,
him. Just deliver your
okay,
message.
Deliver
but
your
so many
message,
people,
please.
no, it's chaos to me. I can't maneuver in chaos. I got to maneuver.
Then you can't handle this room then.
So therefore, I can't handle this room is because what I'm trying to say is this, okay? See, what you're trying to say is this. What you're trying to say is that women, you're trying to take dominance over women, okay? Women cannot be taken dominance over, and you have not met the right woman yet. Because let's go back to the basics. Okay, I don't care if you're married or not. And see, when I start talking, people like to.
You're gonna have to get to the point. Okay, I'm about to mute you up. In a minute. Get to the point.
And so that's what it ended up to. And so just to mute me. Okay, just mute.
I'm waiting on you to say something. I'm giving you the floor to say something.
Okay, so what I'm trying. Okay, so don't time me. What I'm trying to say is this. Okay. What you're doing is an ignorant thing. It's because at the end of the day, women are dominant. Do you not know that? They are the creators and a structure and the nourisher of this life. And for you to sit up there and say, and have, you don't have really downgrades on women, but at the same time, you have a little manipulative downgrade on women. And what I'm trying to say to you is this. Get yourself together, because at the end of a woman, because you look like an old man right now, a woman is going to be the one to take care of you. Okay?
I agree. Now, are you finished? Can I use your logic? Can I use your same logic now? Okay, here's your logic. Okay, you're saying that I'm putting women down when I'm just being direct and I'm stating the obvious. I'm saying that one woman is.
You're not stating no obvious. You're stating your obvious.
Ma'am,
you're not stating the obvious. No. We're talking.
Let me interject this part. Understand that we were specifically talking about a particular segment of our culture and society. We were not speaking to the general.
I'm going to use her logic because she said that I say that men are the prize, right, and that women are beneath. But I'm saying this. If those men who are successful men weren't sought after, women would not be chasing after those men. So in some instance, they are a prize to somebody. And if those women are making those men feel like they're the prize, that's why those men are choosing those women. What you don't realize is men choose. See, you think women choose the man. Women don't choose a man. They go after. They line up and try to get the man, but the man ultimately chooses the woman. It says the man finds a wife. The man chooses the woman. We choose. We're the ones that have to take the risk to get the woman to date us. We choose. You don't choose. That's all I'm saying. So if this woman, see your logic says, oh, the man's not the prize, I'm the prize. So when you have that stance to a successful man, he's going to be like, well, I'm successful.
95% of brothers who's married that make over 6 figures or more is married to Black American women. But the thing, wrong with that. That's true. But the thing about it is, I want you to understand the words that you're trying to project out there. Women, we don't chase. We don't have to. We are a group of women that is very sought after by all men, even our very own. And the way I see our man is different than the way you see our women. I see our men as a group of men that's sought after. Now, it's up to them to have value in themselves. The same
goes for that man, too. You're forgetting that.
I'm saying the man should have value.
A woman should have value.
It's not a lot of Black men falling for the okie doke.
You know what I want, and this is what I'm have on my panel. Nobody don't mute nobody. People allow people to...
Hold on, ma'am. Y'all want to put one on the pedestal. See, I'm not doing that. I'm saying let the games be the games. If you're gonna say that about
our women not to go chase,
you gotta also say that about the men. So again, if they
don't find your work, it is okay. A man will find your work.
Hold on. If this man is a successful man and 90% of the women want this 1% of man, who let's do supply.
90% of women too much.
No, okay, I hear what you're saying, but here's the difference.
Shannon Sharp is a football player. Majority
exactly.
of NFL players do not got
But
money. What are you talking about?
Listen to what I'm saying.
They have short-term money.
Talk about personality.
Thank you, Kevin.
Taking it personal. I'm
talking realistic. Off season, a lot
I'm
of
being
them have
very
it.
realistic.
Or Kelly was able to play with children with money. Okay.
If you say
so
you
let's
don't
talk
have,
about personality.
listen. If you say you don't have to chase, right? That's what y'all say. I'm using your words.
We don't have to chase.
Women don't have to chase. We're already sought after by blah, 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 blah. The problem is the men that are chasing you, you don't want those men.
Who said I ain't like the man that chasing me?
You didn't say you didn't like him, said you didn't want him.
Y'all thinking it's about you thinking that black women is dreaming about being with an NFL player?
Personally, the word chase
Listen,
basketball player.
I'm people up. You're not gonna overtalk the host. I'm saying, listen. I'm using your words. I'm not using my words now. I'm using your words. You said all these men are after you, so you don't have to chase. Well, I'm saying now apply it to the man, because all these women are chasing him, so he doesn't have to chase.
Okay, so why can I, Tom? Can you pay attention to me? Here's the thing. I don't feel as though no one got to chase no. I don't feel as though no one got to chase no one, because chasing.
Okay, hold on. Now use that logic.
Can I say that chasing?
I'm gonna say this one thing, and then you're gonna speak.
Want to be the original Dundada.
And then
you already got your panel, brother. Why can't you let us talk?
Okay, I am, but I'm gonna say this one thing. If you don't have to chase and he don't have to chase, who's gonna chase who? And who's going to find who?
It's just a natural, it's just a natural form. And that's what people get. They get the concept of chasing, and I got to get you, and you got to get that. That's the chasing aspect of life. But that's it. 9 times out of 10, that relationship is going to break up. It's a natural form about life.
In the real world.
Can I interject? You mind if I interject this, sister?
I can't even say anything. Anything that I say is contradicted. Anything that I say is not natural form.
In the real world.
No.
Sister, can I please interject this, sister? Now, I mean no disrespect in this in any way.
I'm a ghost right here. I'm a ghost. So
you don't have to ghost, but you have to remember that there are other perspectives that aren't just from a female perspective. There's a male perspective, sister.
Yeah, and that's what women are.
There's a male perspective that this is being looked from, but you are not allowing for that male perspective.
He just said his male perspective. Do not see the host say a whole male perspective. I was trying to get a woman perspective, and now here go another male. Here go another male. So therefore, I see where this is going. This is going nowhere but male. I see where this is going.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Ain't no ma'am. Don't call me no ma'am.
He's married and I'm a widower.
Oh, come on now. I'm not even trying to hear that shit.
Miss, I'm going to try to be respectful, and then I'm just going to let y'all do,
And I'm going to try to be respectful, is because here's the thing. You haven't been respectful since the point. It was your perspective. I had a little increment, and then it was another dude's perspective. You guys did not let a whole woman get her whole perspective. Do you not realize that? It was your perspective.
They let me talk.
I said a little bit, and then a whole dude came in, and then he over dominated me.
Ma'am, you gotta operate in reality.
I'm trying to figure out what type of panel this is. Is this a panel to where we can be free, or this is a dude's panel?
You can
is this
definitely
a dude's panel?
Say it with your chest and back everything you say.
Sound like a dude's panel to me.
Be ready for as long as you can.
Be ready for what? Be ready for you to talk, and then the dude back you up. Or be ready for a woman to talk. No,
LaVon, you gotta stop. You gotta stop that.
No, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Cause I'm a whole inspired.
It's that brown liquor again.
Man.
Are you drunk,
You
man?
know what?
Are
I'm
you
out
drunk?
of here. It's because this female right here, look, don't suck dick, bitch. Okay?
Oh,
Stop
Lord.
Try
that.
not to suck a
What
lot of
she's
dick.
trying to say
And
to
you're
you is
doing
that
a lot
we've
of
given
sucking
her
dick.
time to speak as well.
No,
That's it.
What you're saying is that
And the
she's
other
sucking
ladies.
dick.
What?
Okay,
But
you're not
I
gonna
do
go
it
that
well.
far.
Hey.
No,
I do a
that's
good
no
job
class.
at it too.
That's no class.
You're not gonna
No
go that
class.
far.
You messy
No
for
class.
what?
No
Again, all I'm
class.
saying is, if
Plus,
you're
you
gonna use
messy
your
too.
woman logic, you gotta listen to man logic too. If you're gonna put yourself on a pedestal, you gotta be ready for that man to put him on a pedestal. You can't have it both. You can't have one on the pedestal and then forget about the other one. Again, if you're both sought after women, guess what? You got options. But don't forget that man also has options too. And the only thing matters is what you want and what he wants. So if that man is getting what he wants from the woman,
Right.
guess what? He's happy. If that woman is getting what she wants from the man, then guess what? She's happy. So that's what it all boils down to. But you can't say I don't chase, because if nobody chases,
No, I don't
nobody gets
chase.
anything. That's why you don't get nothing. If you don't chase what you want, you don't get what you want. That's just life. If I want money, you know what I got to do? I got to put myself in a position where I attract money
You're right.
and I
It should be
chase
a
money.
desire. Money has, but my chase is not for what's in a man's pockets. I'm not chasing.
It's not about pockets.
And if
It's not about
it's
No,
the other,
no,
now
Wolfie.
let's
We
get
know where
this.
you at.
If you
We know
want
where
the
you at.
other, and if that's what you desire, it don't bother me none. Black women is not biting off their fingernails worrying about black men
No,
dating
that was
white men.
never. I never took that as
Let
that
me
was
give
his
you the
particular position.
Black women is not biting off their
talk as a
fingernails and
person.
worrying about if the black
Let
man
me
who do
talk as a
decide to
person
lay
who
down with
was
the
a
white
Get it
tee
on.
get in trouble.
Let
We
me
be
talk as
laughing like y'all,
let me
like
talk
that
as
nigga should know better.
as a relationship coach for let me talk as a relationship coach just for a minute. There's two things wrong with women, modern women, with any woman, especially the American women, okay, or any type of woman that fits this mold. There's two things that men wrestle against with women. Okay?
How do this come on a black woman before you get started?
Because I'm
You
talking.
didn't even spend 2 seconds
I did preface
disrespecting the
it
white
as
tee before you even finna start disrespecting black women.
listen.
Park that.
I'm not. Listen, I did preface it as any woman, and I
He
said
should
any
have
woman.
said first
Modern woman.
generation women.
When I say modern woman, the
Generation.
American woman, that means everybody, right? That means everybody. This is the two things that it comes down to. These are the two things that men do not want to hear from a woman. Number one is I don't need a man. That's number one. And another thing that men don't like from women is women that don't take correction from a man. Those are two things that men have to wrestle against. I don't need a man, and I don't want no man to correct me. If you put those two things in a room with a man, a sought after man, a top 1% man, you're always going to be at odds, because women need correction because they are the more emotional one, and women do need a man no matter what. If you can come to terms with those two things as a woman, you're going to get a man. If you come in with a mentality that if a man says, don't do something, I need to at least hear what he has to say and respect what he means by what he said. And if you have that attitude that, listen, I'm not trying to do it without you, baby, that man's going to look at you as a valuable woman and put you above all other women. But the problem is those two things are in a lot of women today. They have that. That's the propaganda and the witchcraft.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Can I say one thing, host? Can I say one thing? Just one thing, please. I agree with you 100%. It does not matter the beauty on the outside. If I can't, communication is everything. And if I go into a situation where it's almost like this: a woman wants a man to be a man, but then in the same breath, you escalate him by telling him, "I don't need you," and it's like, wait a minute, you want me to be the man, but you don't need me. Okay, thought we wanted each other, but it's like it's constantly this. I need to bring you down to me type situation. And I'm like, really, truthfully, like I said, I love my wife. We've been married now for about, this is the second marriage, and I've been married now for almost, and we work together as a team. I respect her for what she does. She's been by my side because when I lost my vision, became blind white by me. Yeah, Nick met her first. She showed me everything I needed to see because she's been through with me through the worst, and so I love her. And I'm saying, like, she never emasculates me, which I love. She still allows me and treats me like I'm the man. And that's the worst thing to ever emasculate him and make him feel less than the head of the household, because no man can deal with that.
I have a question.
I'm saying it doesn't matter what she looks like or what.
I come in peace with this question, but I'd like to know why that's needed. Like, we need each other. It's not that a woman needs a man needs a woman. We need each other. And in order for our community to build, we definitely.
But you won't hear a man saying he doesn't need a woman, but you'll hear a woman saying she doesn't need a man.
Oh, I've heard it. I've heard it. Maybe not in our generation, but these YNs out here are definitely saying.
Yeah, they're different. I mean, we're raising a different breed based on,
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the Dick Gregory, die N-word die N-word die N-word die, so we black folks can live. Okay.
Yeah. But my question was,
we got too many ends.
Go back to your question.
Yeah, my question was, and respectfully, why do men need to be needed? Like, and I'm serious. I'm not looking to bad.
I don't say this to be flippant, mean, or nasty. Why else would a man need a woman in his life other than to make him feel better? Not just physically. In order for me to sail high and sail strong on this sea, I need somebody that's gonna put some wind behind my sail.
I'm gonna say it better.
I ain't asking you to do that, but I do need you saying, I'm in your corner. I got your back. It may not all the road in the seas might be a little rough, but I'm gonna be there for you no matter what.
Okay,
thank you.
Instead of teaching boys to be black,
don't we all need that though?
That's my point.
We all need that to a degree.
Yes, but what you asked is, why did I need that?
I know.
No,
I need it like you need it.
Like I'm not supposed to need that.
But let me say it like this.
She did say respect.
The reason I say that is because I often hear men of a certain generation say that they need to be needed, and I was just wondering why. Like, seriously, I just want to understand.
Let me explain it this way. Okay, it's not the fact that men need to be needed. It's just that we're mission oriented.
Thank you.
So there has to be something. There has to be a problem, and it has to be something that only we can solve. Or otherwise, why do you need me if I'm not the one that's supposed to solve it?
We're the hunter-gatherers.
I say it like this, and when I say it like this, people take it the wrong way, or they get upset. But this is just me. I like to simplify things, okay? And this is not the end all be all when I say it like this. Women bring the problems, men bring the solutions. Match made in heaven. You understand what I'm saying? It's called balance. Men are the more, not that men can't be emotional, but men are the more logical ones. Not that women can't be logical, but women are the more emotional ones. Match made in heaven. There's balance. The universe needs a positive and the universe needs a negative. It needs balance. That's why you have a heaven and you have a hell, because they're balanced. So what we're saying is, if you don't need me, why am I here?
Exactly.
Because I got other things I need to worry about. Men got 99 problems to worry about in a day.
Well, I would answer that question by saying, because I would think. Listen, wait a minute. Let me. I got you. And I'm just trying to learn. So, and I'm talking from a woman's perspective because I am a woman. Okay. But I would much rather want to be wanted than to be needed. And I don't know if it's just a gender thing.
Let me say it like this.
Or,
let me say it like this. The heart wants what it wants. But that's the problem with the heart. It doesn't care about anybody else. It just wants what it wants. That's why a heart needs to be led by a logical brain and a spiritual essence, a gut, an intuitiveness, an awareness. Everything needs to line up because the heart wants what it wants. So the heart says, I want this. I don't care how I got to get it. I want it. That's the heart. The heart
is there a difference between being wanted and being needed?
Not needed or wanted. We all should want
to
be loved.
Yes, absolutely, sister.
Wait. Can you define the difference in your opinion? Because as a woman, I would think. Now I'm being logical. I'm being logical right now. Wait a minute. Yeah. I would think that it would be a greater pedestal to sit on to be wanted versus to be needed.
Because here's the thing. Want can turn into an infatuation. Want is a desire of the heart, right? I want something, and then once I get it, it's like a toy. You're gonna want something else. But a need is always going to be a need. A want gets what it wants, and then it wants something else. It's temporal. It's not permanent.
Thank you, brother. Say it again. Say it again.
Permanent. A need is permanent. A need is something that I need. I can't live without. But a want is just what it is. Once I get it. See, men want lots of things. We like variety. So that's why once we get that variety, it's like, let me go back home to what I really need. Because I got what I want. Once I get this new car, let me come back home to what I really, because see, a man needs a family. A man needs, not wants.
You know, I can only say these two things. Thank God that he sends a woman with patience to handle your thinking pattern. And we're happy. God knows what he's doing.
I'm like you. I'm glad that we're emotional.
God sent that man a woman that's gonna handle him for the rest of her life. I mean, baby, it's always someone for everyone. And I mean, I'm just the wording that you're using.
I'm like this. I'm happy with what I
think it's sad because little girls should never ever feel like they have to compete with another race for their own men in a side of their race. Why we're not teaching our boys a certain lesson, and we teaching our girls standards and boundaries. No. A little girl should never run out there. That's called fast. That's when you get those little girls to be wearing those skimpy clothes and putting themselves out there because she feel like she has to compete with something else. I'm just saying.
Right. But this is what I want to ask the sisters. This is the question I want to ask all black women. And
this is good conversation.
I never understood this. I never understood this.
No, it's not your trigger.
I'm not triggered.
I mean, this
No.
It probably doesn't apply to you ladies. But I just want one question. Can I ask one question? I just want to know something. And this probably doesn't apply to you ladies. But answer me one question. Why do sisters, and I hate to say this like this, sisters, but why do women pursue a man that they know is a either womanizer, has multiple women or multiple children, but will look past a man who is actually openly seeking them and wants to be with them? It's almost like, I want what I know is not good for me. And I've seen this so many times. Pursue men who I'm like, he's an ain't shit nigga. Why are you?
I think just like men, women in their youth sometimes go for the bad boy early on and overlook the nerd, because there's really no other way to say it.
Why is it always a woman's fault? Why the man
I'm
is
not
supposed
saying
to
it's
be
your fault. I just
feeling
try to
No,
understand
There's
why.
Why is no man taking
we're not
accountability
applying,
but then to
we're
ask
not
your man?
laying blame anywhere. But
Hear me
baby, I
There's no
out.
promise you, I'm
blame
not
either.
laying blame. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
during
laying
the early
blame.
phases of us getting along and intermingling, these are the things that we do. You go sometimes look for the bad boy because you know what? I was not the most outgoing cat when I was younger. So now I'm looking for that outgoing chick. I'm looking for that outgoing guy. That's what I'm saying.
And
Now,
I'm
is
telling
that
you,
outgoing
women is
chick or
not
that
going to
outgoing guy
looking.
always a good choice? No.
Let Wolfie ask her a question. Go ahead, Wolfie.
No, I'm saying women is not going out, and not one time, not any woman that I'm around is not going out. Men seek us out. Men approach us. We
That's
don't
because
have,
that's what men are
and
taught.
if you're not
Men are
approaching a
taught to do that.
woman, it's the character of that man. Just like you have to learn the different situation of men and women that y'all deal with, women do too. And it's not chasing at pursuing him. He pursued her. And then he probably manipulated her. And it wasn't until much later that she found out he was a dog. Yeah, we are human. Sometimes people need to take accountability. Don't no woman want a man with multiple kids and issues, just like you don't want a woman with multiple children and issues.
Okay.
Right. So let me ask you something. So women don't ever find or pursue men or find men attractive? Because today's
Men are
woman does
very
definitely go after.
attractive, but women don't have to do much. If the man find her attractive, all a woman have to do is get eye contact, smile, show them dimples.
That's not true. That's not
That
true.
means a man is gonna approach you. What man is not gonna say, "How you doing?"
Okay, a man. But here's what women got to understand. Men play the law of large numbers. Every man is taught this. You're going to pay the law of large numbers, meaning you're going to talk to many different beautiful women. And let's say out of 10 you talk to, 3 of them are going to give you their number, and 1 of them is going to like you back like you like them. That's the law of large numbers. So just because you smile and you look at them, yeah, you get that man to approach you because you're looking approachable. But once that man finds out who you are, he's going to make his choice if he wants to be with you or not, because he's gonna talk to 9 other girls before he got to you. And if based on your personality, he's gonna match you up against the other personality, and then he's gonna choose that one.
And that's perfectly fine.
Right. I'm just saying he's not just choosing you because you smiled and you looked at him. You're just approachable.
That's a line of approach or open up conversation.
Men will settle for a woman with lesser looks if she embodies what he wants in that woman.
And that is
Not
perfectly
just
fine.
about looks. Just like women, y'all have
No one said anything about it was just about look too much.
Okay.
It's about characteristics.
A woman will not be with a
It's
man
about
that her girls don't approve
Most
of.
people like chemistry. Most people, and I don't care however woman you
I ain't gonna agree with
looking,
that, brother.
a man is gonna
You
speak.
ain't gonna agree with that?
I mean, Houston, we're gonna speak. We're gonna say, "Hey, how you doing? Where you going?"
And
What
men are
you know,
gonna.
it's a conversation.
Men are gonna carry that conversation because listen. Just because a man wants to sleep with you doesn't mean he wants you. A man we play the law of large number. A man wants to sleep with a lot of women, but even out of those women that he's sleeping with, he's still gonna narrow it down to 1. That's what I'm trying to get women to see. See, just because you wear that outfit and you look good today, and that man wants you today, but that don't mean he's gonna want you tomorrow or next week. That's what I'm trying to get women to understand. Your power is not in you dressing sexy and voluptuous. Your power is you being what that man wants. And what
And
that
as a woman,
Your
I'm
communication
gonna
is
tell
more
you
powerful than
this.
anything.
As a woman, and Kels, I'm finna let him know something. Women know a lot of women that don't dress for showing anything but spread those legs. And you know, some of the smartest women with the high GPA in the most successful positions is sluts. You know, it doesn't matter what you put on; it's still gonna be your characteristic underneath those clothes. The person.
Yeah, but this is
Y'all,
what
I'd
I
like
mean,
to address. I'd like to address Rabbi's question, his initial question, if I could.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you asked why do women go after the bad boys and not the nerd? Okay.
Well, I didn't phrase it like that, but I mean, I guess I'm just
It was so
saying that
long ago. I kind of
I know. I was just
paraphrased.
saying that I noticed and I see these different situations where, I could see, and I'm just saying, I'm
Wait a minute,
blind.
just wait a minute before you get too far off. What was the
Okay,
question
go
so I
ahead.
can answer
Yes,
it
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, what was the question? I mean, what? How did you phrase it?
The way I phrased it is that why do a lot of our black women, and I hate to say this like this, and this probably doesn't apply to you women,
it doesn't matter.
chase these ain't
Too much
shit
already
niggas.
did it.
You know what I'm saying? I said the ones that ain't no damn good, but you heard like, okay, maybe you think, okay, girl, he fine. I heard he slang it, whatever it is, but for some reason this reputation because the reputation is spread, but you chase these niggas that ain't no good, thinking that maybe he'll be different with me.
Do you got money?
Okay,
In
so
your scenario, do you got
He
money?
got money.
I'll answer. I can answer that only for myself. I can't speak for all black women.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm married, but
Okay.
I will say this: the nerd never made me feel safe. The
I
nerd
get
never
that.
made me feel protected.
There it is.
And
There it is. Okay.
No,
Okay.
no. I like
said me. I
nerds.
said I was speaking for myself,
I
She
know.
Wolfie.
I'm
said she was
just
speaking
saying,
for
like
herself.
I've been out of the
they be
game
trying to
for
prove
a long
themselves. They the
time.
ones that be really trying to prove their manhood and their blackness. It's the nerds. But go ahead,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no, no, no,
They
no,
do. It be
no.
like it's part
Listen,
of me
there is
with Sweet Wolfie.
the
It's
And
part of
nerd
Sweet
they're a
is
little on
not
the
Wolfie.
soft
listen.
side.
The
I love
nerd
it.
is not going out here and saying, "I got your back, baby. I'm coming to stand up for you." That is not what he's doing.
No.
A
The
nerd is
nerds.
not gonna
Okay.
sacrifice your butt. A nerd is
They
not
do.
gonna
They be
sacrifice
trying hard.
your
Huh?
Right.
I,
That the
per- I
nerd ain't trying to be
personally,
hard in no way.
butt.
I've never
Yeah,
liked
that's interesting.
the dog. I've never liked men that were dogs, even when I was in the game.
Mm.
But I will say
You was
that
in the
for
game,
me
Kel?
to,
You was in the game,
huh?
Kel? You was in the game?
Yeah, I was in the game. Yeah, I didn't get
Come
married till I
on,
was
man. That
27.
that beautiful woman. You know she
I
was in the
said,
game.
yeah,
She said I was in the game.
Come on
but
now.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
but I have.
My wife is from Nigeria, and I've never
Oh,
been with a more loyal woman in my life. And she holds me down. Like I said, I had to have 3 surgeries to gain sight in one eye back, and I thank God of that. But she held me down like no other.
Are you a
You know.
foundational Black American, brother?
Yes, I am. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Too
See
much
now,
is
let me ask
too.
you a question,
Too
brother.
much
Let me
too.
ask you this
Wife is
question.
an African woman
Yeah, my
too.
wife is
So
African. My wife is
so
African.
ladies, this is I mean to the ladies that get
wait a
too
minute.
into
Your
what too
wife is
much of them say.
African too much?
My wife.
Look,
I
to
met my
the
wife.
ladies, I don't get upset because that's my brother. They can say whatever they want. He is okay to think however. They are okay to
But
have
I'm
their
not. Hold on.
views.
Let me preface this. I'm not no simp. I've been getting women since I came out the womb. Okay,
Nobody care.
all colors, all races, especially black women. Okay, and I didn't choose my wife to put my black. I don't put my black sisters down.
Never
It's
that.
just I gotta. When you gotta. I said I gotta nod.
Love is love. You
I'm
know,
just
you ain't got to go. You don't have to go beyond that.
I
You
come from a
love
black woman,
who
so I
you
never put a
love.
black woman down.
And understand this. When I was with my wife, not that I wasn't FBA, but the term FBA wasn't around then. It wasn't around back when I married my wife. I married my wife because I thought, I looked at her like she was a black woman. She's a melanated woman, and she had my back. She
yeah.
proved to me that she had my back. Now I'm not saying no black woman could have done it. I just wasn't in America at the time. I happened to be across the country at the time. I was doing my search, and I was travel. I call it a walkabout. I wear walkabout. They
But
gave me a bad rap, and I beat it, and I'm saying, well, let me go on my walkabout, and that's what I did.
I don't think this is my thing. I don't have a problem with anyone marrying outside. Even It's about just being conscious and teaching your lineage and your history, so it won't be alive. Now, do I think that when you do marry, even if you mix it with anything other outside of Black American, you are jeopardizing the bloodline? I do. I done it, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that we do have to have that conversation about because it's new. Now, I mean, my mama say just if they say something, you find it knowledgeable, take it. The other stuff, just put it on the shelf. If you ever need it, take it down. I don't have a problem with the way y'all think because God already seen you, y'all women. Y'all ain't free.
Yeah.
Listen,
to get back
widower.
get back to your question though, as to why we don't, or I don't. I'll speak for myself, or why I didn't. It's I like very masculine men. You know, I like, what is that new term they use?
You like a strong man, baby. Ain't no
yeah, I
secret
do.
sweet code. You want a strong man that you know is a protector.
Exactly. My daddy was that. My uncle. Wait a minute. My daddy was that. My uncles were that. My brother is that. You know, that's what I know. So the nerd never gave me that.
Yes, ma'am. I understand completely.
And it was that protective tree that you were under that showed you what type of a tree you needed to go and plant with.
So here's the thing.
But don't get me wrong. My cousin married a nerd, and she's happy. I guess she feels protected.
A nerd is gonna make you happy.
Hold on. Nerds are winning right now, by the way, just so you know.
I'm trying to tell you. What the hell?
What I consider a nerd? Can I ask that? What do y'all? Because
a nerd was the one that wasn't necessarily chosen, maybe back in high school.
He wasn't gang banging. He wasn't hanging out on the corners. He occasionally attended church. He was a real cool cat through the neighborhood. He just wasn't quite that funny.
Nerd coochie.
Was corny. He was a little
right. He was corny. He by no stretch of the imagination did he present himself as anything other than, listen, I'm different.
Listen, do y'all know who Michael B. Jordan was? Right? Y'all know who Michael B. Jordan is, right?
Yeah.
Is that a desirable man right now?
We all seen him nude.
Is he a desirable man right now?
No. You talking about as far as among the Black women? He's sexy for
are you talking about?
I'm saying Michael B. Jordan.
No, I'm telling you what the Black women have decided. No,
he's not sexy.
Giving him to the white tea woman. We okay with it.
Okay,
we're perfectly fine.
Okay. No, they do.
I do find him attractive. I do find him attractive. I'll give you another example. I'll give you another example of a guy that I think is a little corny. What's the guy that's
okay? In high school, Michael B. Jordan was corny.
I didn't say nerds could be attractive.
What's the guy from the Seahawks?
That's the point.
Russell. What's his name? What's the guy's name?
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson, right? In high school.
Oh dear Lord God, I didn't want to bring that couple up.
Was corny. He was a lame.
He still is.
He probably still is.
I was going to say he still is. What's changed? Okay.
He got the fine woman now. That's all I'm saying.
More than fine people in the world.
He got his money up.
But I will give you an example of a guy that I do not find, that I think is corny even with money. And that is the guy that's on Abbott's Elementary. What's the guy, her love interest? What's his name? Everybody hates Chris.
Everybody love Chris guy. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was never an attractive cat. There's really no other way to say that. Was he? He wasn't classic handsome, none of that. He was the guy that you felt safe with.
Who's that financial advisor guy, that Black brother? What's his name?
I don't know about safe.
I'm trying to think of a corny man to put in.
I got one. Dr. Boyce Watkins.
Oh, you talking about
as big as corny as you can get. That brother is the corniest man on the planet Earth. We call him Moist Watkins. I mean, that brother is really down bad. Okay? He's corny with money.
Right.
He's corny before money. It just is what it is. But even that man, because of his success and the money and whatever, he obviously had to wait in line to get this woman because she desired somebody else.
Right.
They get married late in life.
Yeah. And now he got the girl he's been chasing who said you corny, but now all of a sudden
he got the girl you wanted.
He got the girl he wanted. So all I'm saying is this: to piggyback back on Kel's thing of why she chose women want whether they want to believe it or not, they want masculine men. Masculine men.
They want security, bro. That's what it is.
Are going to make you feel protected. But here's another thing about masculine men. Masculine men are not necessarily agreeable, or they wouldn't be masculine. That means you're most likely not going to be able to tell them what to do, and they're going to rush to do it.
I think most women want to be able, especially black women. I don't. In my circle of friends, my single friends, they are tired of doing what they have to do.
You can tell Moise Watkins what you want to do.
Do they have a
do it? But
these single women who are your friends, do they have a problem listening to the guys in their lives?
In all honesty, I would have to say my friend circle, no, they don't. Not at our age. They don't have a problem with that.
Right.
No, as long as that man is coming with sound,
he had leadership.
They're all successful.
Leadership.
Right.
But they're all
at
successful
this point in time,
women, right?
Right. He's got to be bringing something to the table. And we're talking from an experienced lifetime.
Hold on. Tethanator, request up, please, brother. Tethanator, I'm summoning you, please. Come to the table here.
Oh, y'all want to gang up on me tonight?
Who ganging up on you?
Go put on your strap of guard. We got this.
Men versus women. No, Golden. That ain't what this is.
No, not at all.
No.
I'm as fair as you're gonna get. I always say women don't use your power against men, and men don't use your power.
Hey host, you've been very fair. I don't know what the other lady was talking about, but you've been very fair.
Listen, this is also the problem. Women, you got to learn how men speak. You want men always to hear you. You also got to hear the men. Men are very direct and very simple when we talk. We don't need to use a bunch of words, and we're just going to get right to the point. And if women can understand that, we can communicate, because we know y'all are going to use a lot of words. So we're going to have to sit there and listen for a while. But men are going to use few words and be direct. And that's the problem. Women sometimes take a man being direct as combative. Just because
I understand this one thing. Nobody will understand us like you do, ladies. Nobody will understand us like a black woman. I don't care what race you get with. I don't care if she's white, Indian, Hispanic, or Asian. Nobody understands a black man like a black woman. And that's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Nobody understands us like you.
Your circle will not be a circle. It will be a little oblongish. It'll be a little ovalish. It'll be a whole lot of things. But if you find that right person, you are going to have a complete circle. And Ray, I wanted to tell you, when I told you I disagreed in that statement that you made earlier, my point in saying that I disagreed with you was that I can only speak to myself in this particular situation. My wife did not have a lot of female friends.
Okay.
And I generally have found that most of the women who actually marry tend to not have a lot of female friends.
That is true.
That's true.
Right. I get what
That's
you're
true.
saying.
That's true.
And
That's
the statement that I made
true.
earlier, what you might not have heard, ladies, is I made the statement that a woman will not be with a man that she does not, like, her girlfriends don't really give her the thumbs up on, or like they don't, like he has to, like I'm like this. A woman won't be with an ugly man, pretty much like that. If this man is hideous, her girlfriends are going to let him know.
My mama used to say all my boyfriends were ugly. I promise you.
That's
She even
more
thought,
culturalistic
rest her
because
soul,
I'll
she
tell
even thought
you,
my husband was ugly.
Mm-hmm.
that's more culturalistic. I mean, I can say yes to that. To maybe more so for America, right? But that's really cultural. That's a cultural thing because even with inside sex of America, you'll find some women that find the women that the men that women don't want attractive.
Right,
They
but
don't care what nobody.
in the African
They
culture,
don't care what
those
nobody.
men don't have to worry about what they look like. None of them do,
They
because
don't.
some of the
Well,
biggest,
that's
largest,
Asian too.
greasiest looking brothers have some bad wives, and I be
That's
like, wow.
Asian too.
Yeah, but we don't have to deal with that. Our men are
But
attractive.
one thing I know about black women care about how that man look. They do.
My
Absolutely.
mama say don't. My mom. Oh, let me.
They
Okay.
do. They go look first. Some
My
of
mama said if you meet a man and he
say
tacky,
money.
leave him as
They
tacky.
say
Do
money
not
first.
dress
They
him
say
up
money
for
first.
other women.
But that man has to be at least attractive to her, and then that money is coming in right next. Like, okay, now that I've got the attractiveness out the way, what do you do, nigga?
Absolutely.
How much money you make?
Absolutely.
Can you take care of me? Can you handle me? What's it gonna
Well,
be?
I'm gonna say this again. My perspective is that she's going to provide the necessary fuel to move you forward. Because the idea, this woman that you have in your life, this woman that every man has in life, particularly as a wife, a spouse, that woman is a multiplier. Period.
Right. But do you know what you're saying?
So,
Do you know what you're saying? What you're saying is that woman is your muse. She's your inspiration. A woman to a man is his inspiration for everything. Let me say that again. A woman to a man is his inspiration for everything. The more inspirational that woman is to that man, probably the better quality of man and the better outcome you're going to get from that man is going to be. The less inspirational you are to that man, the less effort you're going to get from that man. The more inspirational you are to that man, the more effort you're going to get from that man. That's what it is. That's what you have to. And men need, and it goes from wants to need. Men need a muse. Men need an inspirational woman. Men, let me say it again. Let me say it slow. Men need an inspirational woman. If you know how to inspire your man, you're going to get 100% effort out of that man every single time. The less inspirational you are to a man, the less effort you're going to get to a man. So it's not really, we want to say, oh, what, do I got a good man? Do I got a bad man? No, are you an inspirational woman? Because if you're an inspirational woman, you're going to inspire the very depths of that man to want to be everything.
You gonna turn him into a good man.
It doesn't take a lot to be inspirational. If I walk in the house and sister, you're just simply smiling and say, hey, good afternoon, sweetheart, how are you? That just fills my heart up to see a woman smiling, a woman just in a good mood, just having a good nature about you. I'm gonna tell you right now, just your positivity creates such a strong, powerful aura. I could not deal. One thing I don't like is I can't deal with a woman that curse. Oh God, that toxic language coming. Something about that coming out of a woman's mouth. I just like when the sister said what she said.
Everybody can understand. Let me say it like this. Listen, if you're an inspirational woman and you're with a thug, you're gonna inspire that thug to go from the thug to the boss, to corporate, real quick. Real quick.
Right.
I'm telling you, an inspirational woman, when a man finds a muse, when a man finds his muse, that muse becomes everything to that man. And
when a man loves a woman,
he cannot live without it.
You believe it.
That's the secret. And men will travel the world. Listen, there are men who say, I don't ever want to get married. I'm a player for life. But that's because he hasn't found his muse. But the moment that man finds his muse, let me take my shirt off. I'm at home. Let me hang this up. I don't want I'm not looking for.
We say.
I'm safe.
It
now.
ain't a plate out there I'm finna go eat off of that's gonna match this one I got at home.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying the only person that can control that is the woman. You control if you're inspirational or not.
That's it.
That man, God has put so much power in the beauty of the woman, but also in the essence of the woman. God put so much into, because if you got that right essence, if you got that right spirit,
yeah,
I don't care how hardened that man is, he's gonna change. And not change for the worse. Change.
Break it down, girl.
I said it before and I'll say it again. When it comes to my women's, if you give them grief, you go get some shit. If you give them some likes, you go get some love.
And here's the thing: if we always look at it from a negative point of view, that's what we're going to attract. You got to understand that. If you're looking at it from, oh, well, he's going to take advantage of me and he's going to do this, guess what? Then that's what you're going to attract. The man, see, you can't escape who you really are, ladies. Just like no man can escape who he really is either. You're always going to get what you attract. You can't change that. The type of man that always talk to you, that should let you know who you are. If a certain type of man always seems to find you and is attracted to you, and you don't like that man, but that certain type of man is always, you only get what you
gravitating toward you.
Y'all made insecure about their color. Now. What's golden? Y'all made golden.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that too.
Golden is white tail African. We don't give a damn.
and golden, as far as taking advantages of some cats and kittens, that's an individual characteristic. Because if you a snake, you go be a snake. If you a good cat, you go be a good cat.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep it a buck. A snake is a snake. A snake is a snake. A zebra is a zebra.
You don't have to take everything these people say too hard. You could just hit them, BBB. What's up?
That's it. So I just got to put my relationship cap on for a minute. I'll take it back off. We can go back to talking whatever we talk about, or we can end the live here soon. I know it's late. But
I just want to say I'm so glad I'm not in the dating game anymore, because I think our sisters got it real rough out here.
Man.
They not in the dating game, so I get
man, I'm glad I'm not in it either.
Listen, I'm in the.
BBB want to say something.
I'm in the.
One more time, widower.
Where I'm going to help the younger generation out and give them the game. I'm in that mode. I want to give the younger men.
But they don't even listen to the OGs like we used to in our day.
That's because they don't think we know nothing.
They don't think we know a thing.
They don't. But guess what? I play the law of large numbers, and I know if I'm speaking to a room of 100, I know 10 are going to take hold of what I'm saying, and 3 are going to actually do something with it. So if I'm talking and only 3 young brothers get the message and change their life, I did my
successful damn day.
It's called success.
There you go. It's a success.
I'm not trying to baptize or convert everybody. I just know the person who needs to hear it is going to hear it and change their life, because I give out the game over here. I give out real game. Not that let me think about it and make something up. I know I give out that game that comes only with experience and hanging around other people who are bigger than me. I'm never going to be the bigger person in the room. I'm always going to have other people who know more and bigger than me that I'm going to listen to. And I bring that game right to y'all here and give it to y'all here. So I got many different hoods I can put on.
I'm thinking enforcement officer in 823 right now. Class up.
You're breaking up a little bit, bro.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
BBB SN, what you want to say?
I know you weren't about to say BBL.
No. I was trying to say BBBSN. I'm taking my melatonin. Give me.
Triple BSN, are you there? Because I know you dropped down and you quested back up, so I brought you back up. I think people just be hitting the button by accident. I don't know how you do that.
When you liking the screen, you could be liking it, and then you hit the button. Don't even know you up there.
Come on, BB. Come on, Triple B's. What's up?
Bobby, are you there?
Bobby. She unmuted it. Are you sleeping on the dial? I don't know. Are you sleeping on the dial?
Okay, when you leave the bathroom, then come and holler at us.
That's probably what it is.
Too much. I'm going to say something, though. I do agree with probably 98.9% of what you said, but you said, somebody said, women look for attractive men and then they look for men with money. I'm not laying. I don't listen. Y'all can say what my mama, everybody, my aunties, they can call my husband ugly all they want to, but I'm not laying next to no ugly man for the rest of my life. I just can't do it. So looks are very important to us.
No. Yeah.
I'd say it's like this. I need somebody just easy on the eyes.
For our
Let me say this. Let me tell you the truth.
For our sisters, looks are very looks are most important, but for other
you get
races,
used to it.
That's
you can
not,
get used to a person looks.
Yeah, you can.
I think women will easily and happily accept a more unattractive person than a guy will accept a more unattractive person. I absolutely believe that.
Absolutely.
I mean, if he got a good personality, sweet, and all that, you're not gonna make him feel unattractive.
That can make up for it. That can make up for it. That too can make up for it.
There's a lot of stuff that can make up for it.
Because women don't want to be with some good looking dude and he's boring
and broke.
Broke is secondary, but I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
Women don't want to be with no good looking guy who's boring. They don't. But
you ain't made me laugh this week.
I can't say that because me and my husband were both broke when we got together.
Right. Because but here's the thing: you can always fix broke. You can't fix ugly, and you can't necessarily fix boring.
You can get used to ugly.
You can, but you can't fix boring. That's personality wise. That's energy wise, right? So women, if in the hood, you either went out for it's either the most outgoing person with the game, the brother with the mouthpiece got the women, or was the good looking brother who got the women. That's always been how it's been in our community. That's why I'm saying you'll find a brother who plays basketball and athletic that no woman really wants, but another community will because they're not looking at they don't see what our sisters see. They see something different. For some reason that brother is attractive. Like for instance, probably the best example is what's that brother on Deion Sanders? What's his name? The wide receiver, quarterback. What's his name?
His son.
Not his son.
Oh, the other one. He's kind of hurt in the face.
There you go. Good. He got him a Hispanic woman, right?
She didn't find him attractive, but she found his stats to be.
Right.
See, that's what I was saying.
She even said that.
They are hunt. You think she didn't hunt him?
At first, she didn't want him because she didn't see the potential. But once she found out what everybody else said about him, then she's like, well, I better get this one. And she did what was necessary to get him. And now
she's about 4 or 5 years older than him, too.
Yeah, and now that brother ain't going nowhere. She done put it on that brother to where that brother
ain't no more skin on that thing. Okay?
I don't know nothing else. See, our sisters, they could have got him. He would have went for a sister. I know he would have. He would have went for a sister. But a sister's like, I'm not chasing. I don't want to do this. Blah, 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 blah. That other woman, she realized who he was and who he was going to be. And he was going to, she switched in the mold. And
if anything, I would categorize it like this. I think that not all the time, ladies, so don't jump on me for saying this, but I think that sometimes our women don't necessarily look and see what tomorrow can be in that cat's life. They get a little bit too short-sighted.
Amen.
And I think that short-sightedness, it hurts too many of our sisters.
What do chasing? Because when you say chasing, listen. When you say chasing, I'm thinking of a young lady putting herself out there negatively. So what I need
That's
y'all
not
to
what.
break
No,
down. I mean, listen to me.
Jason
I need y'all
is
to break
looking
down
at.
what do it chasing look like.
Okay.
On a
Jason is looking at this guy on this football field who has this potential to make millions. And they see that potential earlier than some of our sisters do. I think, and they take that approach that, yeah, he might be a freshman right now and he on the practice squad, but you know what? The boy got some skills. And he moving up the depth chart. And yeah, as a freshman he here, as a sophomore he here. But as a junior now he's starting. Now as senior he getting drafted, and I've been with him the whole time. That's what we mean when we say hunting.
Yeah.
Can we be honest though? Can we be really honest? And y'all, the brothers aren't gonna like this, but most.
Go ahead, sister.
Because I don't like to put anybody in our community down. But if you notice, most men that do date out, even if they're successful or not, they are usually not the best aesthetically looking men. Travis Hunter is the one we just talked about.
Let me say this to you, sister. Let me stop you right there.
Wait a minute.
I will eat the skin off Whoopi Goldberg, okay? Because that.
Whoopi Goldberg is not hard.
But seriously though, think about it. Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is not the most aesthetically pleasing.
That's right. Okay.
Whoopi Goldberg is not hard to look at. Now, if you would have said that on Saturday Night Live, then I would have said, okay, we got something to talk about.
You think Shannon Sharp is attractive?
Huh?
Wolfie, you think Shannon Sharp is attractive?
No, I'm saying that sister from. I'm telling cousin. He said Oprah Winfrey.
what
Oprah
about-
Winfrey is not
what about-
ugly.
No, I didn't say Oprah Winfrey. Oh, hell to the no. No. I Whoopi.
Hold on. What about Moist
Whoopi
Watkins?
not ugly. That sister from Saturday Night Live. You can have her.
What about Moist Watkins?
And she tired.
Hope to say something.
What about Steve Harvey?
Not attractive. Not attractive.
Moist Watkins, but they got black women.
But
That's
he got
true.
what he deserved.
That's true.
He got
That's
what
true.
he deserved.
You see what I'm saying? So
A lot
I'm
of men get what
Yeah,
they
but
deserve.
I didn't say all. I said the men that date out. Like Steve Harvey doesn't. I've never known him to date outside of his race.
But right, usually our sisters, they go for funny or they go for looks. You got to.
Yeah, I went. Yeah, you're right.
gotta
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just saying men who. Okay, let me just be blunt. Black men who date white women, they are usually not aesthetically pleasing. It's just what it is. Again, you got Shannon Sharp, not aesthetically pleasing. He has a nice body, but he hit in the face. Boy, you call him.
He got money, and that make a big difference.
Yeah, I guess. I still can't wake up to no ugly man every day. When you just mentioned Royce Watson.
A man who's not aesthetically to other women, he internally knows he got to step his game up. You see what I'm saying? So he's usually gonna make the money he needs to get the woman he wants. A man who
I gotta go from a Regal to a Cadillac.
A man who's already pleasing to other women, he might not work as hard as that man who's not aesthetically because he's already getting what he wants.
And those attractive brothers don't normally date out.
I wouldn't say no.
Name
I
one.
ain't gonna say so.
Give me one.
No,
Give me
sister,
one that
you
we all
misunderstand
know.
what I'm saying, sister. You misunderstand what I'm saying.
I just want
Hear me
one.
out.
Name
Hear
me
me out
one
before you say
good
give me
looking-
one. Hear me out before you say give me one.
Okay.
Particularly if we're talking about these athletic cats who are, who have cats running through the windows to jump at them. Okay, they gonna hit it all as much as they can.
Hold on. Yeah, that's true. Man, gonna hit it all. One thing. Okay. I was in I met this brother at the airport. His name is Tay Diggs. You know who Tay Diggs is?
Yes.
Do you find him attractive?
I found him corny.
Very.
Okay.
I like him.
Okay.
I like his corniness. Y'all know I like dirt. Nah, he's a nerd.
He's with a white T woman. Who else?
No, he's not. He's with that girl that used to be with Amarion.
No, he's not. He's single.
Oh, he's single. Oh.
Last
He's still playing, ladies.
And tried to
He's still playing the field.
Last,
He is still
last
playing
I
the
checked,
field.
he
His
was with a
ex-wife
white
is
woman.
white though. You're
Jamie
right. I just
Foxx.
googled it.
Jamie Foxx, he was with a white T woman.
Jamie
So,
Foxx is about a 5. He's average.
okay. Okay.
He's not hard to look at.
Let
But
me
I will
see.
say this again: the number of, I hate to say it in such terms, but the quality of woman that's going to be hanging out where cats who have that type of wealth, my black sisters specifically, who are going to be hanging out where he is going to be able to have access to.
True.
You know, that's a small number of black
It's also
women. That's
proximity
not a
too.
big number.
It's also proximity. Yeah, you gotta look at the women that surround him and the proximity of the type of women that are in his proximity. It may
He's
not
going
be
to the restaurant.
right.
You think that they haven't already pre-screened everything that's coming in there?
Right.
That's my only position when I say that. These cats, a dog go be a dog. I can say like I just tell my wife's family at one point in time. I might not be a dog, but it don't mean I don't know the language.
I don't know. Even in those situations, it's still black women available to them.
Okay, Jonathan Major. Do y'all think is he corny too? Jonathan Major?
I don't find him attractive
I
at
don't find
all.
not me. I mean, it's
He's with
okay
a black
whoever he
woman
does.
now. He's with a black woman
After
now.
that boy did that Ebony magazine when he was in the wings and the high heel boots. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know.
I don't like
know.
soft. I don't like that at all. I don't like it. Don't put no skirts on. Don't put none of that. No, don't paint your fingernails. I don't like that.
And I'm having a problem with lip balm, and you got on fingernail polish. Okay, all right.
Let me try to think. Magic Johnson, y'all don't. Well, he's with a black woman, but
Yeah, she can have him.
LeBron James, he's with a black woman, but we know all the white women.
She can have him. See, God sent the right women for the right man in the name. Do you understand?
Let me see.
See, and put them in their life early.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you cannot think of a man that is a true sex symbol to black women that is married to a white woman. It just doesn't happen that way.
Well, here's the thing. Well, you know why? Because let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Black women are attractive women.
But black men, they can either go from. This is the thing.
Hold on, Wolfie. Let him stroke our ego a little bit. Go ahead on. Too much. We here.
Too much.
I was saying black women are probably, especially for black men and other races too, but especially for black men, if we had a real choice, we would be with a black woman.
We smell good. We can cook. We look good. We funny. We adventurous. We plan.
We know how to bathe.
I need
wash
me a
our legs.
home cooked meal like somebody.
I never had no desire to be with any other woman outside of, now I know the difference, melanated or black woman, but never had no thought to be with any YT or Asian. I always knew I was going to marry a melanated or black woman. I always known that. From the day I was born, I knew that I was going to be with either a melanated or a black woman. Someone with my skin complexion or darker. I've always known that.
That's the thing. Black men, black American men, have a color range. They can go from the lightest to the
black
dark.
father. I have a black father. I have a black mother. I was not going to bring home, YT to dinner. Now, have I dated a YT woman? Yeah. Have I dated other races? Yeah, when I was in college, man, line them up.
You followed Prince's, line. You were an international lover.
When I was in college, I was, man, Hispanic, whatever I thought was good on the plate for that day, I was chasing it down. Yes, I was.
The time have changed a lot, right?
And when it comes to bringing something home,
yes, Wolfie, it has.
It's gonna be a melanated black
I'm
woman.
dated. The woman in Sinners, during that year of 1932 is mulatto, would have been considered black. Nowadays, they would say she's mixed. But I'm still used to the one drop where whatever.
No,
I
I
will be.
feel
Let me
Would
say
you
it like this:
consider?
my
separated
wife was
now.
very, very light skinned.
Hold on, let
And
me
if you had
finish
went out
answering my
there and
question.
told her she was anything other than black, you'd have gotten the biggest freaking fight you'd have had in your
Well,
life.
no, I
She's
consider life. Listen,
Would
I
y'all
consider
consider her
black.
black? That's all I
I
was finna
consider,
ask.
yeah, I consider black as foundational black American. On me personally, only that's black. Everybody else, you can be my color, you're melanated, but you're not part of the lineage. You're not black is exclusive to me for us and our lineage only. Everything else, you're melanated, you're African, you're Caribbean, but you're
No,
not.
like I'm saying, the woman in centers, she is foundational Black American.
Who?
But the woman in centers,
In centers, what's that?
Sinners, the movie, the
Oh,
Oh,
character in
Sinners, the
oh
movie.
yeah,
Sinners.
yeah, 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 yeah. Centers, yeah.
Keep
She is
it,
black.
keep. I'm going with the timeline. In
Okay.
1932, the young lady, the mulatto lady in Sinners, was considered black, but she was just passing.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
if
that's
she
black.
would ever found out that she had one drop of black blood in her, she would have been unalive. So many things would have been happening to her. But I'm asking y'all because they accepted her as black because her mama was, half.
Hmm.
Would she still be considered as black in 2025 or white tea?
No, I mean that would first of all that would be for her to decide because in 2025 she would decide and let us know that she's culturally black, right?
Mhm.
I know white tea passing women or yeah white tea passing women, but they are black and
Me too.
they act like they're from the culture, they walk like they're from the culture, they talk like they're from the culture, and they prefer black men.
Mm-hmm.
But they're gonna let us know now, and then you got some other one that's just gonna be like, no, we call those divestors too, right? They're divestors. They don't want us. They don't want to be considered as one of us, and we let them go on and be divestors. And I don't care what shade you are. If you want to be a divester, it's your right. Go ahead and be a divester. Go ahead and down talk black men and do all that. If that's your prerogative, go do it. But understand, we're gonna call that out, and we also got a name for you like you got for us, and we're not gonna ride with you. Don't get in trouble because we're not gonna ride with you. Oh yeah, that's a divester. Let her get let her get what she asked for. If that white tea man started whooping, go on, girl, you asked for that. You told us we was
And like I
lazy.
said, Wolfie, my wife was very fair skinned, but both parents black, both
My
FBA.
mom is light skinned. My
So
mom
the
is light skinned.
idea of her being, she never would have classified herself as mulatto. She was 100% black and would have and was down with FBA.
My
Yeah,
whole
but
mother's
I'm
side
saying
of the
like the
family
girl
is
cousin, the girls in the
Cherokee,
movie, she
Blackfoot,
Oh,
in
okay.
real life, her
White Tea.
her grandfather is Black American and Filipino or something like that, right? In real life, but in the movie, they just made it her mother be like half, Black American and whatever. And
Right.
so she came out very fair skinned with straight hair. And I mean, you'll see it in the movie.
I
So
mean,
I was
I get what you're saying, particularly for those times. Yes, she would have had to pass as in order to progress technically, quote unquote, in society.
But a
But
lot of them
the
did
minute
it
she
because they
left
knew
the
the
public,
risk.
yes, once she got back home, she embraced her blackness. That's just
I'm just like
that's the world that our brothers and sisters had to navigate in back then.
Hmm.
To be
right,
honest and tell you the truth,
right,
because it wasn't an abnormality to have light
Like
skinned brothers
skin.
and sisters
And it's still
in
not.
your
It's just now we
right.
have a class of immigrants that's both parents, so it's a certain skin tone, and they're literally going after our yellow skin tone. It's weird. It's starting to be weird.
Well, that's when I would probably say colorism is coming into play for those individuals because I don't want to paint a super broad brush with that. But for those individuals who you were light and then you're trying to go lighter, yeah, that's when you're applying colorism into your lifestyle. I guess I'll say it like that. Because particularly with where we're at today, darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Cats got, that's what cats is hanging in right now.
I can't
And
even lie. I've always, even I can remember being in kindergarten, sitting crisscross applesauce in a circle, and not knowing
being attracted to and liking.
Right. I mean, I wasn't. Just I'm 5 years old. I didn't know.
Right, you're a kid, right? That's what I say. You like that guy.
But I knew that there was something about dark, and I mean dark skinned black men and people that I was drawn to. I remember being 5 years old and thinking they might smell like chocolate. Just in my little mind, just figuring out life. However, I ended up marrying a high yellow man with freckles. So life doesn't always give you what you want. Sometimes it gives you what you need.
Girl, I do smell like chocolate. And that's funny. I started doing this many years ago. When I go around the European, I make sure I put on like this cocoa smelling lotion, chocolate, and everything. When I be walking by, they be like, "Oh, yes."
I know they do. I know they do. Because I know they like,
yes.
If they could float down the street behind you, girl, you have a parade. Okay.
I do that on purpose. It's actually, I mean, go get the cocoa butter, get the chocolate, man. Y'all should see how they act just to see a black woman walking by smelling like cocoa or chocolate.
Well, first, now I can only say it like this. In a little bit of a studying that I've done, I'll go back to some Greek history a little bit. Although they may have been a flamboyant community, shall I say, they recognized early on the beauty of the African woman. So much so that they named not one, but 2 constellations are actually named after African women. That's how much they valued the beauty of the African woman in a society full of team alphabet. They knew. They saw that beauty. They recognized that beauty. It's always been there. And it's always been the thing that they've been the most jealous of. Because no matter what you do, forgive me for saying it like this, just in case some cats and kittens might be out there. When you walked out the hut, they said, "Damn!" When you put on your royal clothes, they said, "Damn! I got to have it." It's just undeniable. And that's who you all are, have been, and will continue to be. You all are walking, talking, and living dams, okay?
And our black men are the same. I'm finna go to sleep, y'all.
Me too, y'all. My husband be walking through the door at 7:00, and I gotta pull something out for him to eat in the morning. So I gotta go.
That would be a smart thing to do, baby.
Put it in the refrigerator now.
I'm about to go to bed myself. It's almost 1 a.m. Hey, great conversation, you guys, man. Let's keep the communication going. Let's always know, hey, listen, as foundational Black Americans, we all we got. Y'all need to remember that. We're all we got.
It's just us women, we just have to have patience.
We're going to have disagreements. It is going to be what it is, but we're all we got. As a man, I'm going to make sure I don't use my power against our women, and I would hope our women will do the same and make sure they don't use their power against our men. Let's grow together as a community and let's build. We're in our building phase once again. Let's build something that's going to last for legacies forever. So we can pass. A real inheritance is not money. That's a byproduct. But a real inheritance is the character that we possess and the legacy that we leave behind. That's what we wanted our children to inherit our legacy. They are our legacy. If we look at them like that and we treat it like that, I think we're gonna do all right. All right.
Gonna be all right.
All righty.
All right, family. Y'all have some real good, restful time. Dream well, live well, and know that you are loved.
Love y'all too.
And laugh.
Yes, that's the life. Bye, y'all.
Love and laugh. Peace out.
Bye, y'all.
Take care.
Bye, babe.